election of board officers. Ms. Jacobson, seconded by Mrs. Gerber. All in favor? Okay. Motion carries. You are now in charge of the meeting, Mr. Testani.
Okay, thank you, everyone, for coming tonight. Is there a nomination for Chair of the Fairfield Board of Education? Ms. Gerber?
Yes, I would like to nominate Mrs. Jacobson as chair.
Ms. Jacobson, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Is there another nomination for Chair? With that, all in favor? It's unanimous. Congratulations, Ms. Jacobson. You are now the chair of the Fairfield Board of Education. Is there a nomination for vice chair? Ms. Jacobson?
I nominate Mr. Asa.
Mr. Asa, do you accept the nomination?
I do.
Is there another nomination for vice chair? All in favor? Congratulations, Mr. Asa. You are now remain the vice chair of the Fairfield Board of Education. Is there a nomination for secretary? Ms. Vitale?
I would like to nominate Carol Guernsey.
Ms. Guernsey, do you accept this nomination?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
Is there another nomination for secretary? All in favor? Congratulations, Ms. Guernsey. You are now the secretary of the Fairfield Board of Education. At this time, I yield my temporary chair assignment to Ms. Jacobson.
Madam Chair, may I ask for a moment of personal privilege?
Yes, Mr. Asa, go ahead.
If the board and public will let me have a few minutes, I've prepared something that I just want to share. I wanted to take a moment to both personally and on behalf of the Board of Education thank Christine Vitale and Jessica Gerber for their tireless commitment to the Fairfield Board as leaders. Jessica has been a proven and reliable historian for the board in her position as secretary with the unique ability to pull information and documents literally out of her bag at a moment's notice. Jessica has dedicated so many years to this board and to the position of secretary. However, it goes way beyond the leadership position. She has served on so many committees and dedicated an almost unhuman amount of time to the BOE-related business. Jess, you may be leaving the position, but we all know you'll still be pulling info out of that magic hat or bag when we need it and continue to bring your years of experience and knowledge to every board meeting. Christine has chaired this board through what is arguably some of the most difficult times in history. I'm not sure many people know the true amount of time that goes into being chair of this board. But I can attest to it literally being like a volunteer, unpaid, full-time job. We know countless hours she put in week after week, month after month, and never complained or shied away. As vice chair, I have had the chance to work closely with Christine for several years while she served as chair. And while we didn't always agree, and sometimes bickered, after all, we both enjoy a good debate, I know Christine was dedicated to the position, this board, the district, the staff, and the kids. Jess and Christine, the board thanks you for your years of service in these leadership positions and know that you will continue to help with the transition of leadership and hopefully enjoy the new seats at the table. And maybe, just maybe, a little time back to your lives and your family. With that, I thank you and would like to just give you a little token from the board.
Mrs. Vitale?
Can I have a moment of personal privilege?
Of course.
Mr. Asa, thank you for that, and thank you to all of my fellow board members. I'm not going to go on because I know that we have business to conduct, but I want to thank you all for just your support and your dedication to this board. And I am very, very happy to see Ms. Jacobson moving forward. I think that she's going to be a great chair, and I am here to support you in any way that I can. So I thank you for stepping up. As Mr. Asa said, it is definitely a volunteer full-time job at times. So I thank you for your leadership. Ms. Guernsey, I thank you for stepping up for secretary. Mr. Asa, I thank you for remaining as vice chair. I think that you three will be a great support to our new superintendent. So I am looking forward to your leadership and supporting you in any way that I can. And Mrs. Gerber, just to echo Mr. Asa's, really could not have done it without you. Being there from the very beginning, thank you. And I'm very happy to be sitting next to you on this side of the table for the next year or so. And to the staff, all the teachers and the central office administrators, these past 3 years have been some of our most challenging, but I am so proud of the work and to have been the chair of this board with you behind me. So I thank you for your dedication and your leadership, and I'm going to miss working with you so closely, but thank you all, and thank you to our teachers and to our parents. And with that, yielding the floor back to you, Ms. Jacobson.
Mrs. Vitale, and keep your phone close by. All right, moving on with our business. So number 5, discussion of the Board of Education bylaws. So normally at our organizational meeting, we take a moment to offer up any ideas that board members may have in terms of changing our bylaws or any amendments to that. We can do that at any meeting, but we do offer an opportunity at our organization for board members to share any initial thoughts or ideas that they may have on a bylaws amendment. So with that, I'll just open it up to floor if anyone has any ideas or comments they'd like to share at this time. Okay, well, if you think of any, we can do that at any time, so feel free to share. Next up is our discussion of Board of Education member committee and liaison assignments. If anyone has any ideas on changes that they would like to make in terms of where they are currently serving in our various committee assignments or liaison assignments, I'll be sending out an email to everyone. I'm comfortable with where we are right now, but if anyone wants to change anything, please let me know when I email out. Otherwise, we will confirm that at our next meeting in terms of what everyone's committee and liaison assignments are. Next is the discussion of the 2023 BOE calendar in your backup, I believe. Oh, thank you. Okay, so this is the 2023 BOE meeting dates as proposed. So just for everyone to take a look at those when they have the time, and just noting a few special dates on here that are noted in blue for a Thursday and a Monday meeting and our 2 town halls. But if anyone has any questions on that at this time, go ahead, Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly.
Just one question regarding the organizational meeting, November 28th. Considering that there would be an election, why wouldn't the organizational meeting be part of the 14th? Just
Go ahead.
I think, I'm not 100% sure on that. I did wonder that myself, but I don't believe that if there are any new members, they won't have been sworn in yet. Normally, it's the 3rd week, I believe, so I think the swearing in would be on the 20th, which would mean that, I mean, I know just anecdotally sometimes on election years we have not had that first meeting in November, so that may be something to consider, but you can simply cancel it. So, but it's better to have it on there as a possible meeting.
Okay, any other questions on the calendar? All right. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn the organizational. Mr. Asa, seconded by Mr. Peterson. All in favor? We are adjourned. Unanimous vote.
I forgot to thank my family, too.
Yes, thank you.
So thank you to my family and my husband and my son who came for my last meeting as chair. So I know.
Okay, moving on. Call to order of the regular meeting of the Board of Education. We are joined this evening by Mrs. Vitale, Mrs. Gerber, Mrs. Guernsey, myself, Mrs. Jacobson, Mr. Asa, Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly, Mr. Peterson, and Mrs. Kelly. I'm going to stick to the agenda and call for another Pledge of Allegiance. Next on our item are our student reports, but I don't see any with us this evening, so must not be available this evening, so we will move on to the next item, and we look forward to hearing from our students at the next meeting, hopefully. Right now, we take public comment at this time of the agenda, so if anybody would like to come forward at this time for public comment, you may free to do so. Just a reminder that when you come to the table for public comment, if you could state your name and address for the record, comment is limited to 3 minutes and to agenda items. So at this point, if anyone would like to come forward for public comment, feel free to do so. And there will be other public comment at the end of the meeting as well.
Hi, my name is Sunila Fadal. I live at 140 Fence Row Drive in Fairfield. Thank you again for giving us the opportunity to be here today. We come to you again to urge you to consider our ask for recognizing Eid holidays and provide Eid al-Fitr as a day off from school. As you heard the students in the last meeting, this is an important holiday that should be recognized to benefit the entire community. Muslim students that find that most classmates are not aware of their holidays and traditions. Our children are consistently in a position where they have to explain themselves to their peers. While some of these experiences are positive, others include resistance and sometimes even rejection. Last year, we created a family slideshow for my daughter's class and mentioned our holidays. When my daughter came home from kindergarten, upset that day that her classmates said her holiday was fake, I struggled to explain to her why that student just didn't have the exposure to understand her holiday. Fairfield students need a window into their fellow students' lived experiences in order to become educated citizens. Having the holiday for all students is an important cultural lesson. It would be a disservice to the student population to isolate the valuable cultural and linguistic assets in our community. This is not only detrimental to the overall health of the student body, but also the social and emotional health of Muslim students. We ask that you take all of these points into consideration when making a decision. We also come to you with a solution. We understand year extensions are a challenge. However, given that Eid and Jewish holidays follow the lunar calendar, there will be years that one or more of them will fall on a weekend or vacation week and will not require trying to solve for the extra day. In fact, over the next 10 years, we only have to adjust the calendar for 3 of those years. All things considered, The inconvenience of a calendar change is vastly outweighed by the positive benefits of celebrating the diversity of our community and creating an equitable and inclusive learning experience for all students. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Muhammad Ali Sayal, and I am in 7th grade and go to Fairfield Woods Middle School. Eid is a very important holiday to me, just like other holidays are that my friends celebrate. Fairfield is a very diverse community with long-standing different denominations and different cultural backgrounds from different parts of the world. If there's no inclusion and diversity, then there is no diversity. Fairfield is getting more and more diverse, and more Muslim families have lived and worked in Fairfield for decades, just like my parents. But we still do not have any of our holidays off in Fairfield schools. Giving my teachers notes year after year for taking Eid off doesn't give me the same respect, knowing that other kids on their religious holidays are given off multiple days or sometimes even a week. I believe that Muslim students should have the right to follow their religion as the same way as other students can, and with the same respect. Today I sit here requesting the recognition of 2 Muslim holidays on the school calendar, and for Eid al-Fitr to be granted as a day off. I am asking for this board to consider and to make sure that we really have the inclusion amongst us children and our families. Thank you for your time, and I hope that you can do what's right for not only us, but for our community and for the future generations.
Good evening. Dear respected board members, family, and friends, Assalamu alaikum. May God's peace be upon all of you. My name is Zain Sayal. I reside at 830 Old Stratfield Road in Fairfield. As a former student of the Fairfield educational system and as a resident of Fairfield since 4th grade, today I kindly request your consideration and support in recognizing the Islamic holidays of Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha on the school calendar. Being in the profession of mental health, having recently completed my graduate degree, I recognize the years of psychological strain and stress which were present within me and Muslim cohorts alike. Why? Well, for many Muslim students, faith and academic responsibilities have always been an internal battle, trying to fulfill academic obligations while desiring to be deeply immersed and engaged in the festivities at the end of Ramadan. The Eids are celebrations resulting in a culmination of 30 days of fasting, prayer, sacrifice, and self-development at the end of Ramadan and at the conclusion of the Hajj pilgrimage. With each student's devotion to fulfilling their faith obligations, they also remain committed to academic responsibilities throughout the whole month of Ramadan, leading up to the holiday, the days of Eid. As a Muslim student, recognizing the joy in the faces of those who celebrated Christmas, Rosh Hashanah, Thanksgiving, and other respected holidays brought me joy. Knowing that it was a festive time, a peaceful time for my classmates, we would like Muslim students and their friends alike throughout Fairfield schools to experience similar emotions. Today, with an increased number of Muslim families present in Fairfield, inclusivity and cultural diversity can further be solidified and internalized by recognizing the Islamic holidays of Eids on the Fairfield school calendar. I conclude with this. On behalf of the Muslim community, I welcome each of you to come celebrate Eid with us. Hopefully, you have some type of Peloton at home or a gym membership. The diverse array of cultures in the Muslim community tend to have quite a sweet and savory tooth. So, unfortunately, I cannot guarantee that you won't put on an extra pound or two during Eid celebrations. And last, Aziz al-Hibri, an American philosopher, said, "The minute we become an integrated whole, we look through the same eyes and we see a whole different world together. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. If you could just state your name and address, I'm sorry, for the record.
Zain Sayal, 830 Old Stratfield Road, Fairfield.
Okay, thank you. If I could just get a showing of hands who are going to speak at the beginning of the meeting for public comment, only because I do see that our student members have joined the board meeting. Okay, all right. Are you guys okay to wait for that? Okay, thank you. Oh, behind you? Yeah. Just so you know, there are a few chairs behind over here. If anyone would like to grab a chair available. I think there's not probably enough for everyone, but there's some extra up here. By all means. Sorry to disrupt. Hi. Thank you. Go ahead.
To the Fairfield Board of Education.
You just name your name and address, please. So if everyone can just remember to please state your name and address when you come up to the microphone. Thank you so much.
My name is Amina Sial. I live on 138 Mona Terrace. And I have lived in Fairfield for 28 years. I attended McKinley, Roger Ludlow, and Fairfield Ludlow. I am now a law graduate on my way to becoming an attorney. I know each of you decided to take on the important role of a Board of Ed member for a reason. You felt it urgent to implement positive change for the well-being of children in this community. And you were likely driven here by your difficult experiences as a parent, educator, or student yourself. I respect your effort to try to do right by the children in this district. We truly need that. The Board of Ed's mission is recognizing, respecting, and promoting the dignity and worth of every individual. To live these ideals is to listen when children come to you with their grievances. Speaking up can be hard. Actually, it can be utterly terrifying. I remember being a kid and feeling so anxious to talk to my teachers when something didn't feel right to me. I'm sure you can relate. We were all once children, and our inner child may still be afraid to speak up when what we want to say challenges those around us and requires for them to be open to change. Muslim students in Fairfield are saying that something doesn't feel right to them. In this space here, 2 weeks ago and today, they spoke their truth. They worked through their fears and decided to trust you, sharing vulnerable stories and pleading with their hearts, asking you to care about what they need from you. It's something tangible, something you can give them, a day off on Eid al-Fitr, so that they can feel joy without the worry of missing out on their education. Your vote in favor will benefit their mental health. It will educate the student body on a major Muslim holiday celebrated by their friends, classmates, and neighbors, and it will confirm that each of you are dedicated to your mission for the dignity and worth of every child in this community. I am so, so proud of all the kids who spoke up and the kids who wanted to do so but were still afraid. These kids want to make Fairfield better for all of us, and I hope that you and the way you choose to vote on this matter will make them proud to live here and be a student in the Fairfield School District. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Reem Shaheen. I live in 130 Ward Terrace. I have been living in Fairfield for about 10 years. I have a freshman in Fairfield Ward, a 7th grader in Woods, and a 2nd grader in McKinley. Throughout my kids' education journey, I have been to many schools in Fairfield. One common fact I realized in the school and the community in general is a confusion about my religion. I was asked questions such, what do you celebrate, why you're here? While I faced those questions with a smile and an explanation, my kids have struggled. They struggled to be Muslims and Americans at the same time. They avoided talking about their religion and what they celebrate. The school environment was never supportive enough for them to show their difference. When my oldest was asked to write about her most struggle in life, I thought she would write about COVID. Yet, to my surprise, she wrote about how she tried hard to fit in elementary school. Yet, she always felt secluded. Schools should be encouraging diversity in people rather than discouraging that. Fairfield Schools has strived to protect the mental health of its students. Let's all think, how do Muslim students feel every year when their holiday is being forgotten? Today, I ask you to acknowledge Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha on the school calendar, and to assign at least Eid al-Fitr as a day off. And I urge you to think of 4 things when you vote on this matter. Number 1, how the population of Muslims has increased over the years. Number 2, the positive impact of this change on the mental health between Muslim students. Number 3, how will this create an educational opportunity to embrace differences between cultures and religions? Number 4, the long-term effect of this on future generations. Thank you for listening to me, and I hope to see this change happen soon in the calendar.
Good evening. My name is Habiba Musa. I live on 21 Ardmore Street in Fairfield. I'm an alumni of the Fairfield Public Schools, as well as an aunt of 2 children that attend Sherman Elementary and Ludlow Middle School. I'm asking for the Fairfield Board of Education to recognize Eid al-Fitr and Eid al-Adha as official holidays in the school calendar, as well as having 1 day off from school for Eid al-Fitr. Having Eid off as an official holiday in the district will encourage more Muslims to work for the district and more families to choose the Fairfield Public Schools for their children's schooling. This positive change will also bring awareness to Muslim holidays, which is crucial to celebrating diversity and promoting acceptance among students and staff in the Fairfield School District. As an educator with experience working with children of all ages, I've witnessed the huge impact an inclusive classroom environment has on both their academic performance and overall development. Naturally, when students feel included and valued, they perform well and make a positive impact on others too. The most beautiful thing about my career is building connections with students by remembering the small details they mention about themselves. It's absolutely heartwarming to see their faces light up when I ask them to share with the class a piece of their cultural identity. I notice how they're eager to complete their classwork and be engaged during lessons because I show that care and interest. Students also become more likely to make friends because they're given that confidence and shown that their identity is important and it matters. Acknowledging Eid as a holiday will create a safe, inclusive, and welcoming environment in the Fairfield Public Schools for both current and future generations. Thank you.
Just hold the button. Yeah, thank you.
Yep. I got to hold it. Okay. Good evening again. I'm Stacy Camisar, and I am the Director of Programming and Partnerships for our Jewish Federation of Greater Fairfield County. And I'm here tonight in support of the recent request by the local faith community to encourage you to include Eid al-Fitr on the school district calendar as a day off on the school year 2023-24 calendar and going forward. As the Director of Programming and Partnerships for our local Jewish Federation, we appreciate the accommodation granted for Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur and believe strongly that the same respect and accommodation be granted to our Muslim brothers and sisters, especially as the number of Muslim children in your schools has grown substantially. We believe everyone should enjoy the opportunity to practice their faith fully in this way. We also hope that your committee and the entire district will use the addition of the Eid holiday to the calendar as an opportunity for education about the Islamic faith and its many traditions and cultures that broaden and enrich our community. As we learn more about each other and our shared values, we discover commonalities that not only bridge any divides, but create a stronger, more compassionate, shared society. Thank you so much.
Push. Do I need to keep pushing? I have to hold it. Okay. My name is Jeffrey Schwartz. I live at 50 Timor Place in Fairfield. I've been a resident of Fairfield for 34 years. My son went to school here, and I'm a former English teacher. I taught high school English for the last 33 years and currently teach a class at Fairfield U on Jewish identity. I'm also a member of Congregation B'nai Israel, and I'm here to support the Muslim community and to represent other leaders from B'nai Israel who couldn't be here tonight. Here's why I believe it's necessary to add the Eid holidays to the school calendar. 2 reasons. One, it's a sign of respect. By recognizing the Eid holidays, the town of Fairfield would show respect for all diverse traditions and religions, just as we do for other religious holidays like Good Friday, Christmas, Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur. Number 2, it will be a learning experience for children and for adults. As a Jewish parent and a longtime educator, I know how important it is to recognize holidays. It becomes an occasion for the whole community to learn about and value its members. This is how we can create more inclusive schools and strengthen the Fairfield community. Thank you.
Greetings, members of the school board and the wider Fairfield community. My name is the Reverend Peggy Hodgkins, and I reside at 678 Pequot Avenue in Southport, which is technically part of Fairfield. Regarding making Eid al-Fitr an official religious holiday, I wanted to stand in support of my Muslim brothers and sisters and fellow clergy. I believe that Muslim families with students in Fairfield Public Schools should experience the same privileges as other major world religions, such as Christian and Jewish families. Islam is a major world religion, and American Muslims should also be able to celebrate the major religious holidays of their faith. As an ordained leader in this community and an active member of Fairfield Clergy Association and Connect, and as an advocate of interfaith relationships and dialogue, I believe this step of inclusion fosters peace and understanding and is for the betterment of our community. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yusuf Sayal. I live on 185 Hunyadi Avenue in Fairfield, Connecticut. I have 2 kids, one you heard from earlier who attends Fairfield Woods, and the other goes to Fairfield Ludlow. I'm here in front of you once again to remind you about all those individuals who went before me, especially all those students that shared their personal stories, shared a glimpse into their experiences as to why they should be given Eid al-Fitr holiday off. We also heard students share that they felt like being singled out when they had to bring in a note to school and personally ask for an Eid day off. It almost felt like they were pleading to have their faith and culture respected and acknowledged from those that are in power and to grant them that day off. In fact, Fairfield Board will only need to solve for 3 of those days in the next 10 years. Yes, just 3 of those days, since the rest of those holidays will either fall on a weekend or a vacation week. Look, I know what you may be saying to yourself, that we have taken so much of your time, that you have heard so many of us, so many words, so many speeches, and it's true, that speeches do not or may not solve to all the problems or challenges that we face. But what is also true is that if we can inspire our elected officials, our board members by these same words, then we have a personal responsibility to look in the mirror and ask ourselves, how can we ask the Fairfield community that stands in front of you today to embrace the beautiful, diverse culture, values, and ask our students and our teachers to create an inclusive environment where everyone, regardless of one's background, culture, race, religion, can fit in. If we can't even recognize those 2 days on the calendar and give us the day of Eid al-Fitr off. I, along with hundreds of Muslims, families, students, friends, and allies, are encouraging you and all of you to vote with a conscious decision. Vote for all those students that would like to spend their time peacefully enjoying the holiday with their loved ones while not having to worry about making up a work for a missed day in school. Vote to make a difference in children's lives and those to come. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Steiner. I live at 1889 Mill Plain Road. Commenting on a totally different topic tonight, I wanted to address the changes to the English language curriculum. As a parent of 4 children in the public schools with varying educational needs, I was very happy to hear of the positive changes that are going to come as the curriculum team considers programs that focus on important basics like phonological awareness, phonemic awareness, structured phonics instruction, focus on rapid word recall. As a parent of a child diagnosed with dyslexia, this type of structured approach to literacy is a breath of fresh air. I ask that as we train teachers in a new curriculum, we consider training our reading specialists to be able to address the needs of all their students. At this time, I believe that McKinley is the only school with a reading program for students with dyslexia. Last year, there were only 7 students in the program, and the program doesn't start until 3rd grade. There are many more students with dyslexia in our elementary population, and we can all agree that early intervention is crucial. I hope that along with the new curriculum, we can train more reading specialists in all the schools to be able to meet the needs of students who need more direct, structured reading intervention. At the other end of the spectrum, I have 2 students, one in 3rd and one in 5th, who are reading several grade levels ahead of their current year. Again, I implore the ELA curriculum team to think about how to challenge our strong reading population. It seems like every meeting the advanced math program is on the BOE agenda, but never once have I heard how we are continuing to engage and challenge our strong readers and writers, who often sit in the classroom day after day, finished with their work, rereading books that are way too easy for them. As far as I know, there is no current opportunity to advance to participate in extension activities until Honors English is offered in 8th grade. Overall, I hope that as you develop a new ELA curriculum, you include the diverse needs of all our students so that their needs are met.
Okay, thank you, everyone. With the board's permission, I'm going to circle back to an early agenda item as see 2 of our student members have joined us, so I'm going to let them go ahead and give their reports. Thank you for being here tonight.
Hi, my name is Ida Mashernik, and I'm here honored to represent Fairfield Ward.
Hi, my name is Mary Ryan. I'm a senior at Fairfield Ward, and I'm glad to be here representing my school.
Our music department is working very hard to prepare for our annual Carol on Holiday show. We hope that you can make it to one of our evening performances this year on December 20th at 6:30 and 8:30 p.m.
In addition, we're excited to announce that our football program is organizing a toy drive to benefit Fairfield County foster children. This is taking place December 3rd at Ward. We are planning to make this an annual event.
Speaking of football, we did have our juniors v. seniors powder puff game on November 18th, where the seniors proudly did take an edge out on the other team to bring home the win. We even received a trophy, and the funds from the event went to the classes of 2023 and 2024. Additionally, at the Ward Ludlow game this past Thursday, although Ward didn't win, it provided a great opportunity to come together as a town and celebrate not only our 2 football teams, but our 2 bands. We wanted to thank Ludlow Music Department for supplying refreshments and an opportunity to socialize.
Finally, Ward also welcomed back some of our alumni this past Wednesday, the 23rd. It was incredible to see these former classmates and teammates once again. They provided our junior and senior classes with helpful information relating to the college process and their own personal experiences. We are so thankful that they took some time out of their day to come visit. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for your report. Does anyone have any follow-up questions for Mrs. Maxon-Kinley?
I was hoping you could describe for what the event is on December 3rd. I mean, you haven't mentioned anything about time or how that's being organized.
Yeah. Our football team is organizing a toy drive, so
So they're collecting unwrapped new toys for ages 0 to 18 for foster kids in Fairfield County, and it's from 11 a.m. to 3 p.m. on December 3rd at Fairfield Ward in the student parking lot.
Okay, so it's just cars come up and they drop off. Gotcha.
Yes.
Thank you.
Anyone else? All right. Well, thank you so much for coming in and being here. And as always, you're welcome to stay, but also free to be on your way and do other things this evening with your time. So thank you so much, and we look forward to seeing you next time. Okay. Moving on to presentations. Next up will be a presentation and first reading of the business curriculum by Dr. Zavajadvik.
Good evening, everybody. James Zavajancic, Chief Academic Officer, and momentarily I will be joined by Miss Twillicher, who is our, I've been practicing that all day and I always get it wrong here, so she will correct my, my pronunciation soon, who for the past year under her leadership of the Business Education Department has led a curriculum review. As you know, these come about just about every 10 years. In Fairfield, and this one may have been a tad bit longer. The business department jumped at the opportunity as we reviewed our curriculum revisions over COVID and altered our cycle. The 10-year review is an opportunity for the department to be able to review current curriculum as well as plan for the future with new courses and pathways, which is what this department did. Over the past year, Robin and her team of teachers were able to create teams to look at courses, to look at prerequisites, resources, and new standards, content, and skills. As you know, the department has been before you over the past few years with new courses, always seeking new and dynamic ways to educate our students in business education. With that, just for the public, all of the documents have been sent out to our families and are posted on our academics page of the website if you'd like to review them as well. I want to thank Robin and her department for their work and her leadership over the past year to get to tonight and this presentation. And with that, I will turn it over to her about the review.
Hello. Hello, I'm Robin Terwilliger, and I'm the Curriculum Liaison for Fairfield Business Department. I'm also a teacher at... Oh, wait, do? Okay. I am the Curriculum Liaison for the Fairfield Business Department. I'm also a teacher at Ward. Next to me are some of our teachers that make up this innovative and dynamic team. Before we start, I'd like to show you an introductory video with the help of our Fairfield Ward advertised students in regards to our flight to success.
Hi, are you looking for your flight to success? We can help you get there. Follow us. Business class is this way.
With 22 classes, including 4 AP courses, business has taken off in Fairfield. The diverse, hands-on, collaborative learning experience are a key for success in any industry. Our courses and professional affiliations help us embody the life skills that makes Fairfield's vision of a graduate. Fairfield's Business Honor Society, Ludlow's FBLA, and Ward's DECA enhances students' business opportunities by connecting them to community and real-world experiences. The Fairfield Business Department is constantly evolving to keep up with the changes in our world. Our entrepreneurship course allows students the opportunity to create, start, run, and dissolve a business. And we are excited to announce our newest courses, Accounting 2, International Business, and Travel and Tourism.
Wait for me. I need to get on board too.
Don't worry, we have plenty of classes and options for everyone.
Don't let your career path get delayed. Get on board now. The finance, marketing, and management pathways are designed to provide an introduction and head start to students who may want to pursue this career path after high school. Our business courses teach students how to navigate the future with courage and confidence. These courses enable students to develop their leadership, collaboration, and problem-solving skills by solving real-world problems that cannot be found in a textbook.
What about the pathway to computer science?
Our computer science pathway offers a variety of courses. Here you will find our College Board approved AP Computer Science Principles and AP Computer Science A courses. If you are interested in robotics, web design, programming, or just want to step out of your comfort zone, take a chance with the Business Computer Science pathway.
You're expected to land in the business department, where the climate is fun, positive, and engaging. Our business department will make sure you are prepared in whatever direction life might take you. On behalf of the Fairfield Business Honor Society and the Fairfield Ward and Fairfield Buffalo business team, we welcome you to the flight to success.
Remember, business class today, first class tomorrow.
Coming out of a pandemic, the world is rethinking how business is being done. Along with the business world, the pandemic challenged the Fairfield Business Department to rethink what was important in the way we deliver material, how we delivered important concepts, and what information will be relevant in the new world in which we are living. We also rediscovered the importance of physical presence and human instruction in building relationships, promoting confidence, and hands-on learning and solutions, all which lacked in an online space. Growth is never by mere chance. It is the result of forces working together, and the Fairfield Business Department prides itself by working together with the community to help educate our future business leaders. The Princeton Review has compiled a list of top college majors based on research, covering job prospects, alumni salaries, and popularity. Computer science, communications, business, and economics are all listed as the top majors in college and the most sought-after majors for employers looking to hire. The Fairfield Business Department teaches 4 out of the 5 top majors. With a proposed 23 courses, including 4 AP courses, the business education curriculum lets students develop a broad knowledge of everyday business operations, as well as gain skills in areas such as computer science, marketing, management, finance, leadership, business strategies, communications, and IT. The business department is always evolving to keep up with the changes in our world. This year, we are proposing splitting our very popular business law class into 2 sections: Foundations in Business, Business Fraud, Property, and Employment Law. Listening to our students and keeping up with the demand, this configuration will allow the teachers more time to provide students with in-depth discussion and collaborative real-world activities. Because we are expanding the material already taught in the current course, there would be little or no cost to implement this change. The business department offers students many different opportunities to explore their interests. Students can pursue a specific business pathway or elect to take a few courses from multiple pathways. This provides students with endless opportunities to take courses in which they are interested. We have 4 internal pathways: marketing, management, finance, or computer science. As you can see, many pathways overlap. This is because many of our courses are considered core business courses in college. These are mandatory courses that business students must take to fulfill their college degree requirements. In all of these courses, the business department provides a foundation for students who choose to pursue a degree in business in college or are just interested in exploring their interests. So how are we doing? Well, the 2022 AP score analysis, which is scores range from 1 to 5, with most colleges accepting a 3 or above, and as you can see, all of Fairfield's AP averages are higher than the Connecticut state averages, and they're also higher than the global average. The Fairfield Business Honor Society was created in 2018. It is an academic honor society helping to recognize the outstanding scholarship, character, leadership, and service of our business students who are interested in pursuing careers in business. Through community service, volunteer work, and networking, the Fairfield Business Honor Society prides itself on setting high expectations for all the in providing experience beyond the classroom to help our students succeed. The Fairfield Ludlow High School FBLA has approximately 40 members, and a congratulations is in order because Fairfield Ludlow won the National Champion Charter in 2021 and 2022. A champion charter is a series of membership-engaged focused challenges that chapters compete in for national recognition. These are the business leaders that are ones to watch. We are very proud of them. Fairfield Ward is proud to present our newest organization, DECA. This is our first year for this chapter. You may have seen our pumpkins around the school or central office. This was our first time submitting our product pumpkins to the National DECA contest, and 6 of our teams made it to the finals. Tonight, we have representatives in the audience from both schools, Business Honor Society, Fairfield, and DECA, and we thank them for coming to support us. The business department takes time to collaborate with community leaders, local businesses, and departments within our schools. COVID has stopped many activities, but we are looking forward to bringing them back. Currently at Ward, we are collaborating with the science department to plan an eco-tourism field trip to strengthen concepts learned in the travel and tourism, international business, and other business and science classes. Our management, entrepreneurship, investing, and internship classes have collaborated with local businesses and community members to give our students these real-world experiences. The Fairfield Public Schools have been working with junior achievement well before 2005. If you look in your first class amenity bags, you will see products that our Fairfield Ward internship class created under the guidance of junior achievement. And this Thursday, both schools will be attending the Junior Achievement FinTron Stock Market Challenge, so we wish them luck. Our business education curriculum prepares students to succeed in our global workplace. In today's rapidly growing and changing economy, it is essential for students to gain the skills needed to become successful members of society. The Fairfield Business Curriculum embodies the Fairfield Public Schools vision of a graduate. And before we leave, we wanted to give you one more glimpse into our classroom and see what our graduates have to say about their experience with the Fairfield Public Schools Business Department. The Fairfield Business Education curriculum, in accordance with the National Business Standards, the National Business Education Standards and College Board, focuses on continuous quality education. Students master the knowledge, applications, and attitudes that will reinforce workplace competencies. Great things are happening in the Fairfield Business Department, and we look forward to what the future holds. The Fairfield Business Department welcomes you to our flight to success, and remember, business class today, first class tomorrow.
Thank you very much for your presentation. And for board members, there's also a second enclosure for this regarding the textbook adoption. So I don't know if anybody wants to speak to this piece of the presentation before I open it up to the floor for questions.
There's, I believe, 7 textbooks that are up for consideration at this point. These were also sent out to the public to review and currently reside in the superintendent's conference room as well for review. At this point, they're integral to the courses and have been used as instructional resources in the past. We do want to put them in front of you today as part of the curriculum documents that you'll be voting on to be fully transparent which ones are integrated with which courses moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any board questions? Mr. Peterson.
Thanks. I'll start on that. Just to be very clear, going through the textbook recommendations, these are all updated versions of text that you are already using. Is that correct?
So yes, currently using. I'll turn this over to Robin in a minute. When we say updated, some of them are not the newest versions of the textbooks. The department did go through them, and the changes that were made in some of them were so small that it didn't make sense for us to spend money on purchasing new textbooks when the other ones did a sufficient job. I just want to put that out there as updated. They all are not the updated versions moving forward. And Robin, I don't know if you want to add anything about those there.
Yes, the textbooks in years ago, we've always stayed with the same publisher, and the textbook, we've just updated the versions. When we weren't able to get any more accounting working papers, we would just upgrade to the next edition. We've never had to go through the board for that because they were the same textbook, just a different version. So that's how we have these textbooks that we are currently using.
Great. Thanks for the clarification. One of the things that I'm not seeing in this is an overall cost for the total number of you have per book costs, which is not really helpful for us.
There is no plan at this point to order bulk sets of books for classes since they're already in the high schools. I put as needed because they're replaced as one or more of them get destroyed or not returned, then we buy them. But there is not an overall cost at this point to say we need a class set of accounting 2, for example. So it's minimal cost that we did not include in the presentation for that reason.
Just ask some broader general questions. We were talking about budgetary impact of this. We didn't get a lot of color on that, except I think you mentioned once about the splitting the business law course with little or no cost. But where are some other costs that we're going to have to consider for this?
So they're really not. We're really self-sufficient. We do use a lot of supplemental materials. We already have the books. We're using a lot of classroom sets because we don't use them as much. We're not anticipating any cost with the business law books because we already have a set of books that we would just use the second half of it, and they're already classroom set, so we wouldn't need to purchase anything new.
But you're adding 4 courses. There's no additional professional development you'll need to do?
We're not really adding 4 courses. We're just splitting 1. We've changed names and updated courses, but there's no additional courses.
I want to talk about the business law. The business law course, because I didn't notice this in my first go-around, but you said that it was a popular course, but it appears that the enrollment in that course has fallen off pretty dramatically this year versus the previous year. There's only 73 students this year versus 116 in 21-22. I guess are you sure that there's a need to split this course based on?
We run our courses based on demand, and usually every other year, some courses are really popular and then they go down and the next year they come up. Our students are asking for more courses because they are interested in them. Adding another course is not going to take away, it's just going to give our students more options, and we're trying to meet the needs of our students and what they're asking for.
No, I understand that. I would be concerned about starting an under-enrolled course.
The business department is never at a loss for students. In fact, that we have a large demand, so we're not concerned about having a smaller classes. Our classes usually run at max.
But is there another reason to split these courses? Again, I'm not seeing it in the numbers. I mean, is this a direction that you want to go?
I just want to introduce myself. My name is Megan Finn. I'm one of the teachers at Ward. As far as the business law course, I myself, I don't teach it, but I'm familiar with why they're looking to split it. The textbook that they currently have, I'm not familiar with how many chapters they are, but let's say it was 30 chapters. Right now, as a semester course, they only get through the first part of, let's say 7-8 chapters. So because we have some students that would like to take more business classes, they end up getting into schedule conflicts where they can't enroll in other ones. So there's always this need for semester courses. It's easier for the students to fill. It's easier for the guidance counselors to fill. And the reason there would be no excess costs is because we already have the textbooks. We just don't have the time to instruct on the entire business law curriculum. So business law 2 would essentially be an extension of what we already have. And what we see sometimes is our numbers do fluctuate. And it fluctuates, like for this year, for example, we're running accounting 2 at higher numbers than we did last year because this is the only second year it's running. So we do see kind of this normal ebb and flow. So we're just looking to have the availability at very minimal cost because we don't need any more materials. So if the students are interested, then it is an option. And it wouldn't run if the numbers weren't there.
Sure. No, I understand about that. You said something interesting in there in terms of students wanting more business courses and not being able to get all the business courses they want. It sounds like you're competing with yourself.
We're not necessarily competing with ourselves. For example, one of the classes that I teach is AP Economics, 2 semester courses, micro in the fall, macro in the spring. Over the past couple of years, I've had several students who want to stay for the spring semester, which is macro, but they can't because they have a gym or health requirement that gets in the way. When we have those full year courses, like my accounting course, they're automatically knocked out versus the semester courses where they'd be able to take, micro in the fall and maybe reschedule for, macro some other time. So that's what I mean by it's easier to fit in schedules because students do sometimes run into needing to meet those other required courses.
Okay, I won't take up too much more time. I guess one last question, either for Superintendent or Dr. Zavajancic. I had asked if we would be able to see a red line version of curriculum documents. Would it be possible to do that for this? This is a vast number of courses that we're looking at, and I want to make sure that where there are changes to the curriculum documents, they're called out to us. Is that a thing that we would be able to be provided?
I'll take that one if that's okay to begin. The district has moved to an understanding by design template, which is backwards design, starting with the end in mind. With that being said, that was not the format before. And so much has changed. The department, when they create the teams, many times begin anew. They look at the old stuff, they rework it. Many of the documents would be fully redlined from the original to the new ones. Others would not. In terms of the turnaround of this at the time of the request, we were not able to do that because they were already written at that point in the new format and the new template.
You're asking us to approve 23 courses worth of curriculum without giving us a way to call out what's changed and what's not, except for us to do it manually. Is that what you're saying?
Again, many of the courses began new, so I guess the simple answer is yes. With that, I can technically go back to all the documents. They're not a one-to-one comparison, though, between the first and the second, meaning the second, which is in front of you today.
I find it concerning that that level of resource can't be provided to us, especially with a request of this size, of this many documents. Any resource to make it easier for us to figure out what the changes are. I mean, if you want to tell me that some of the courses are going to be completely new, that's fine. I understand that. Not all the courses are going to be completely new. There are going to be some where there are changes, and some things have been retained and some things have been edited. And you're not giving us a way for us to identify what's been edited. I find that troubling. I'll leave it there and let other people ask.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Just to follow up with Mr. Peterson, because that was the first question I wrote down, was what have been the changes? For reasons I think staff understands, we're feeling the need to do our due diligence far more explicitly. And so perhaps at the very least what we could hear is which one is, again, I understand the idea that by using this completely new template, it involves a total rewrite, but there has to be some kind of color commentary about here are some changes we have made, just something that we are more comfortable with and thereby not surprised later with, wait, what are you doing this? I already covered this in last year's course. I think you understand where I'm going with this. So I would reiterate Mr. Peterson's point that while I might not need the red line version because I understand what you're saying, I do think some explicit commentary to these are some changes that have been made in these courses so we understand the nature of them. And it could very well be that we'll see, oh, these are really minor tweaks, but something might be more significant. And I think we feel the need to do that due diligence and hear that explicitly. So some other questions I have. Just wanted to clarify that this law course and being split now into two courses, is one a prerequisite for the other, or are these two independent courses?
They're two independent courses.
Okay, because at first I thought you said something that made me think that one was for the other, and that obviously would greatly impact the enrollment. Because one thing I will say is that, in fact, these courses are competing with each other. And that's where, there does need to be some, and the world of your curriculum has got to be so exciting because the kids are so, engaged in the work that they are doing. But I know, for example, that the entrepreneurship class at Ward is hugely popular. And I can speak to 2 years ago where I think only one section was able to run despite, and I'm going to make this number up, 70 to 80 kids requesting the course, and one section ran. So these courses are competing with each other because we're not asking at this time for an FTE increase.
The entrepreneurship course at Ward is very different because it does run with junior achievement. So in order to do what we do, we have to be under the blanket of junior achievement. That means that we need a sponsor that comes in. So Philip Palmieri has been coming in for 13 years now and volunteering his time in the course. If we do not have the junior achievement backing, then we cannot run the course like we do. So that's why we only run one course. We could run another entrepreneurship course, but it wouldn't look like the course that we have at Ward. We can't run two of those courses.
But even if you had, that means that's another course they wouldn't have been taking. So I hear your point that yes, you could have run another section, but just to be clear, then that's therefore a course those students would have been taking. So as we add more, they are competing against each other. I'll just leave that there. Another question, I haven't heard anything in here about middle school. So in terms of, for example, the coding class that I know we had approved a number of years ago and we're very excited to do so, can you speak to any aspect of the middle school?
Middle School for Business comes up often. Their schedule's locked in with certain departments, meaning it's planned for them. It's not run by essentially requests. At that point, that's why business hasn't. Robin has advocated numerous times to bring business 6 to 8. The question is fitting it in at this point and redesigning what doesn't happen in that schedule for students. As a result, there are computer technology courses that currently fall under another department. That's why you haven't heard about them tonight with business. They're under library and media or tech ed. And you'll hear about them there, but there is not a business department at that level right now.
Okay, so
I'm Paul Zatomi. I'm a business teacher at Ward, the computer science teacher at Ward, basically one of them. And I am also on the tech committee that overlaps with the middle school. So we do hear information from the middle school and their courseware, et cetera, in our department.
And I'm not sure if I'm supposed to read into the exchange of glances there, but is this feeling a little bit like a missed opportunity to have a thoughtful reexamination of some of the things that we offer in middle school, and whether this might be appropriate to be reconsidering some of those elective offerings? And again, I'm not in any way attempting to denigrate what we're offering in middle school, but
I'm always an advocate for putting business
I thought
classes
so.
at the middle school. We would love to reopen the discussion. It just never works out.
It is something we have to consider in light of other departments as well. During the review, we'd have to look at what is offered, obviously, and make concessions at some point. And I'm not saying that we can't. The discussion just is, it takes on more departments than just business at this point that we have to have with the middle school administrators and the other curriculum departments that will have an impact as well.
my question is then what triggers that conversation? Because no matter what, each department is coming up in isolation. So we've been talking about examining the electives in middle schools for years. And again, I know we've got the big, COVID black hole, but we've talked about it for years prior to that, and it hasn't happened. And so what triggers it? Because we're just going to keep seeing the curricula in isolation.
It does continue to come up. Again, it's not in this one. Robin does bring it up to us to go into the middle school. They're working on block scheduling, as you know, and not that that is an excuse. But like I said, we have to bring multiple departments into this. It is on our radar to think about, but we didn't want to make decisions, again, that affected certain departments without their input on them. And with everything going on, as you alluded to, we just didn't have the time to do it within the review at this point over the last 9 months.
Well, so not to put you on the hot seat, but I'd just charge the business teachers, please keep on this. We need the conversation. And maybe it'll end up not involving more business in the middle school, but it is an important conversation to have, to at least either reinvest in what we have or to consider change. So keep going. I wanted to ask, I didn't know, is there a significance to the pathways, those 4 pathways? Does that come with significance, or is it, there's no like certificate that's associated with it, or I'm just looking to understand that.
The Perkins and the route that we were looking is this pathways. This is the new thing. So students that are interested in finance would know what courses they want to take. Although students don't have to follow a pathway, we like the pathways, but we don't want students to get stuck in finance and then find out senior year they should have taken marketing instead. So these are just things that when we do the Perkins grant, they ask for pathways. When we talk to the state of Connecticut, they talk in pathways. So we've just kind of put some courses together that if you're interested in a finance or computer science, these are some courses that you can take.
So it's guidance as well. Okay, thank you. And then finally, but now I'm not sure if it might not be the right question for you, but am I correct that this is one of the only AP courses that we offer for freshmen, that AP with the computer science?
Yes, there's AP Computer Science A, Java, which is non-freshman, sophomore through seniors. But AP Computer Science Principles is a freshman course, yes.
And I was wondering how successful have we been in terms of recruiting from the middle school for that? Is that, and I forget the numbers in terms of its growth, but
the course is designed for freshmen. Period. The end. We have been very successful in recruiting in the middle school for freshmen. This year it was completely filled with the upperclassmen. So the 3 sections at Ward and the 1 section at Ludlow is completely filled by sophomore through seniors. And freshmen were not allowed to take a class, unfortunately. So they'll just have to wait until next year. But It is designed for freshmen. I'm a parent. My children took AP classes when they were in high school many years ago, and I never think or acknowledge a freshman in an AP class, but this one is a special class in which a freshman should be able to take successfully.
So kind of furthering the point of the competition for spots.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. There's only, 8 teachers? Yeah, there's only 2 teachers that can teach that course, or 3 in the district, 1 at Ludlow and 2 at Ward, because of the AP certification. So I'm one of them. So it's limited right there. So I also have to teach all the other computer classes, which I'm certified to teach. I'm the most certifiable person in the room, apparently.
Your colleague's reaction is the priceless part of that.
It's a typical lunchtime for me.
Yeah. All right. Thank you so much.
Anyone else have any questions? Mrs. Vitale.
Hi, thank you for the presentation. I'm just curious if you've just followed your students along as they apply to college. Do you find that most of them are applying to specific undergraduate business programs? You know, I had a daughter who I kind of forced to take marketing in high school just to kind of diversify her schedule and see what else she might be interested. Didn't think that she'd be interested. Now she ended up going to apply to business school at Boston College and is now employed being, product management, business analytics. And I'm curious just to know, what comes next after this, and if you've done any research into that, and if our pathways mimic college pathways for certain majors.
So we do enjoy when our students come back and give us feedback, and we do have a LinkedIn account for our business alumni so they can communicate there. So they do let us know how they're doing. COVID has kind of stopped it. We do hear from them. A lot of our students wrote in and gave us some quotes. They are going on to major in business. They are saying they're happy with especially the accounting courses, taking those courses and their core courses, that they feel that they're more prepared than other students. It is a lot of courses, and it's great because business is a top major, and you could do anything with a business degree. So the students are really coming to us saying they didn't, want to take a business course. Now they wish they took more, and they go on to other schools. We are at Ward going to work with the Career and College Center to possibly have some business colleges come in and talk to the students, because it's been so long about what are they looking for. And we do talk to colleges about what they look for in a student, but we kind of need more of that. Like, what are the top business schools? Where are kids applying to? We'd like to have those colleges come in personally to our classes and talk to the kids.
Just a quick follow-up to that has any of that conversation with the colleges taken place and shaped the curriculum that's before us?
Yes, it has. So we have been in talks with Housatonic Community College to receive credits. So we are working on that and in the process. It is a long process, and summer break seems to happen. We have to pick that process back up. But we do listen to what our colleagues say, and when we go to these junior achievement and other challenges that we go to, they tell us that what they're looking for in the students, like they need more computer skills, and what they are really looking for, especially our employers that we talk to. They tell us like what they're really looking. Time management is a big one. Travel and tourism. I would like to do some customer service about how to talk to some clients. They're lacking those skills, so we are going to bring that into our classes.
So my question is is it coming into the curriculum? Like, customer service would seem to be a unit, and
it is.
Is it
It's
now
in
in
the
the curriculum, so it's a new unit? So it represents a curriculum change?
Travel and tourism is a new class, so it has not been taught yet, so it is worked into the curriculum.
I thought it was being offered this year.
It is in the spring.
Okay.
Mr. Peterson, did you have, no? Okay. Anyone else have any other questions? Mr. Issa.
Just real quick, You mentioned a little bit about the swings and some of the reasoning behind it, but I noticed a couple stuck out to me. AP Microeconomics, Business Law, AP Computer Science, those seemed like major swings between the last couple years, and I just didn't know if there was anything else other than what you've already spoken to. Swings in enrollment numbers.
I can't think of anything other in addition to those, but with, I could speak to like the micro macro ones. Upon talking to students, this one might be a little bit more complicated of an answer, but upon talking to students, when I saw the numbers, we saw some students signing up for one course like micro and not macro. So we were digging a little bit deeper into that. And what we heard from a lot of our sophomores especially is that they were given guidance to not overwhelm themselves by signing up for AP as they, were still dealing with sort of the stressors of coming out of, what we've just been through over the past 2 years. Sort of a dip a toe in the water, But in the past, I've been teaching economics for many, many years, and we've gone as high as 3 sections a year to 1 section a year without any significant change. Sometimes it's the students just, were struggling, sophomore year, reading levels, math grades were a little lower, so they feel a little, nervous signing up for a big commitment like that. Other times it just sort of comes in waves with interest. But beyond those, I haven't seen any other.
I'll reiterate that as well as just the waves of interest. AP Computer Science Principles is a brand new course in College Board. Wasn't even on our roster for courses that 10 years ago when we went through the curriculum review. It was added in like 5 or so years ago as a special class. And that is the #1 growing AP course in College Board history. More people taking that exam than any other exam in history of College Board. So we've grown from 1 section to 3 sections currently. Actually 4 between the 2 schools, right? Yeah. In popularity, just in that 1 course. So there is fluctuation every year in the 2 courses. And in the APA course, I've taught it for the last 15 years. And it's changed by College Board demand and blessing. And I've taught it with 2 students to currently 28 students, I believe. So every year it's a different classroom, basically.
Are you asking about how many students are enrolled in the course or how many students actually requested the course?
I was looking at your course enrollment slide here.
So sometimes enrollment goes up and down also because of scheduling. So certain courses, like AP courses, out of a different department. AP Physics might be only offered this period. So that's how our courses fluctuate. But if you're concerned about a lack of demand or a lack of students in our course, that never happens.
Mr. Testani.
Yeah, I just want to say, from my experience, I just want to give you guys a ton of credit. This is the most extensive business offerings I've seen in a high school. And as a former high school scheduler, to try to incorporate all this in a schedule is incredibly difficult. So I can understand what you're trying to explain when it comes to the fluctuation of actual students enrolled versus students requesting the courses. You're competing against graduation requirements and other elective courses that are extremely popular. So I give you guys a ton of credit for building a business department that's meeting the demands of today's world. So kudos to you guys.
Mrs. Guernsey?
Just a quick question about the computer science principles class. It was my understanding that that AP class was created, and maybe I'm wrong about this, to make computer science more accessible to women and students of color. And I'm just wondering how we're faring on that race.
I believe it was last year or the year before that we won the College Board Award for inclusion of females and minority students in principal's class. We were one of the top 10% schools in the country, or something of that nature.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation, and I just wanted to thank you for being flexible. First of all, in terms of we know that we, kind of pushed this up a year in terms of this review, and I'm hearing from the board that we probably want some more color on some of the curriculum changes if possible before our vote. And I just wanted to lastly say that I do feel like a lot of your courses do compete with the other requirements that our students have to take. Had several students take many of these courses. And I would say that it's not just business majors for which these prepare you, because many of them feed into the other lowercase major that you had on your slide in terms of international relations. That's a different, right? And international business and business law, and lends itself to other majors besides business that they get a preview into before they go to school. So thank you very much for your presentation.
I just had one clarifying question. Would it
Sure.
help a brief narrative describing some of the changes or new developments per the course rather than have to go back and do a one-to-one comparison?
That's where I spoke to. I don't necessarily need a red line version, because that sounds like, if it's not already in a Google Doc version history kind of thing, that it would be incredibly arduous. But I want to have a sense of what were the changes, what drove the changes. So whether narrative, again, that's speaking for myself, but I don't know about Mr. Peterson.
No, I would echo that. If there was some way to make some kind of abbreviated change log, that would be satisfactory.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, moving on to old business. First reading of revised draft 2023-2024 student calendar. Dr. Parrish.
Dr. Parrish, I was under the weather the last couple of days, so I will be presenting on her behalf. We have presented one draft calendar. There are several versions of it that include the elementary, middle, and high school letter days, so that, because I know that was requested to make sure that we were not taking away from instructional time on the same letter day across the district. So,
Did you just want to highlight any big changes if that are in the new version? I don't think there are very many, but if there's anything you'd like specifically to speak to.
So we stayed with a Tuesday start date with professional development and orientation running Thursday, Friday, and Monday, August 24th, 25th, and 28th. We remain with the full President's Day weekend. We included the 16th and the 19th. We narrowed down our elementary conference days from 3 to 2 in both the fall and the spring semesters, but we also kept a day in each of the quarters for half-day professional development early release.
Okay, thank you. Anyone have any questions on the revised draft? Mrs. Guernsey?
I just have a question if there was any thought or recommendation regarding the Eid holiday. I'm still interested in adding that to the calendar and extending the school year, but were there any other recommendations about how that might be handled differently, or if you had a response to the idea of a side calendar, which I know was appealing to some and not to others, but do you have any feedback on that?
So if we had two drafts that we could present, one would just add the Eid as a day off from school, and that would just add the last day to be June 11th, or we can keep it at June 10th, and the other option we thought about was to remove the February 16th of President's Day weekend. If you're asking for my recommendation, it would be just to add an extra day at the end of the year. I think leaving the President's Day weekend just provides for an extra day that we could possibly have inclement weather and have to make up on a cancellation anyway.
Thank you. So I don't have a question, but as I mentioned at the previous meeting, I would like to make a motion to add that date, and I'm just wondering if that's something that could be added to the calendar ahead of time, or if I should wait to do that at the next meeting. What is the best practice for that?
I would say that as this is a first read, when we come back at the next meeting for a vote on it, you could make a motion to amend the recommended at that time.
Okay, thanks. I'll be doing that, and I'll make sure that the board members have a copy of my language ahead of time. Thank you.
Mrs. Vitale?
And just to follow up on that, to answer your question, being that this meeting was somewhat of a hybrid, that I started kind of setting the agenda, Mr. Asa, Ms. Jacobson, and I, and Mr. Testani did meet, and Mr. Testani did ask for just some guidance on approach for the calendar. The feeling was just to move forward with the calendar as presented, being as secular as an approach as possible, using our past practice and the CES calendar as a guide, and then leave it up to the board to make any recommendations. He did ask, and that was the guidance that was provided to him by board leadership.
Thank you.
Mr. Asa?
Just a couple follow-ups on Ms. Guernsey's potential motion in December. And thank you to all the public that came out to speak, both last meeting, this meeting, and that have emailed us. But a few things that have been said in the emails and the public comment that I just want to comment on that make me a little uncomfortable as a board member voting on this topic, and not saying one way or another that this is swaying me, but there's been and it's been said that we should be putting this on the calendar so that we build awareness for this holiday and teach this holiday. And I think using it as a learning experience opportunity was spoken tonight. And having nothing to do with adding the day, I think we need to be careful on how we phrase this. And quite honestly, it brings up a concern that predates all of us on the board, I believe. Some of them have been on for longer. But, you know, we do have the Jewish holidays, we do have Good Friday, and we have them listed as the holiday. But the way I've always understood it is that we close on those days because of operational conditions, meaning that there's not enough students or staff there. And it's hard to quantify that because those days are already on the calendar. So it's not like with the Eid holiday, we know and we can go back and look how many students requested that day for the administrative reg and the policy. But we don't really know how many people, if the Jewish holidays, let's say, weren't on there, would take advantage of it. Because this has been a long-standing practice. So that does make me a little uncomfortable in how it is worded on the calendar. And while I understand the idea of putting the wording of the holiday on the calendar, or the desire to, I think that we have to be careful because as a public school institution, our curriculum does not include this. Can it be asked? Can it be talked about? I'm sure it does. But I don't necessarily know that we should be promoting it. And that's separate from the issue of adding the day. And I'm not just singling out Eid. I'm saying Good Friday, the Jewish holidays. It's been weighing on my mind on how we approach this and what we do. And I don't even know how we would gauge how many students and staff we'd have out on those other days. Some towns have opted to take religious holidays off the calendar completely. Some towns have added them. So I think it's just important that on our operational calendar, we be careful about adding days. Now, that being said, I think the show of force and volume of people that have come out here is very impressive. And I have to imagine that this isn't just a local, this is a statewide thing. And, you know, one of the things that I'm curious is what kind of efforts can be made to push this at the state level, at the State Department of Education, at the legislative level, at the governor's level. A perfect example of a holiday recently being added to the state is Juneteenth. That is a recognized holiday by the state. The other holidays, Christmas, New Year's, those are federal holidays that we can't open if we wanted to, right? But what can be done so that this is pushed at the state level? So we talk about inclusive and everything, and that's great at the local level, but it's leaving out all the other towns and all of the other places. So how many towns have so many people showing up to advocate for this? So I don't know if that's something that, you know, if that moves forward, that, you know, the board or members of the board get behind and get behind pushing. But I just want to say, and I'm sure you've done this, but if you haven't, I think you need to pull, and we need to pull in the state legislators and other people to try and push this, because this is not just important to the Muslim population. It's clearly important to many. And our demographics and our state and our towns are changing, and recognizing this, I think, is so much more than just our calendar. I think there should be a push and a method and a vehicle to do that. So I appreciate all of the emails and everything, but I would say I think it would be great if you also included and started pushing to the people that can make a difference at the state level. Ultimately, that will trickle down to many more schools than Fairfield. But it would make an impact, and something I just wanted to put it out there. It's not necessarily a question, but I just felt like getting those comments off my chest. So thank you.
Mrs. Gerber?
Yeah, hi. Through the chair to Mr. Testani. I just had a question about the elementary conferences. Do you know, are there any concerns about going from 3 to 2 days? Just, I mean, it's been a while since I've had an elementary school student, but I remember it being kind of a crazy time for a few days with 3 days, you know, kind of trying to pack it all in, and that there was a lot for the teachers to digest. Do we know if teachers are kind of polled, like, is this going to be doable? Like, are there any concerns about the quality of the conferences kind of declining if they're trying to shove them into 2 days as opposed to 3, where it's already kind of chaotic, or it was at least?
That's a great question. The feedback that I received is that it would be very doable to do in 2 days than 3.
Mr. Issa.
Just to piggyback on Mrs. Gerber and Mr. Testani, one of the things that in the last couple of years that COVID has brought about was the idea of virtual conferences for some parents. So is that part of the thinking in this thing, where not everybody is likely going to be coming in on those 2 days? It might be on those 2 days, but some virtual component. Is that in the plan moving forward?
I would like to give parents an option for a virtual conference, especially if they're working and, you know, it would take them longer to drive to the school, park and go inside, and to get back to where they needed to be. I think for the convenience of it, setting up either an in-person or a virtual, giving the parent the option, would be much more efficient and probably appreciated.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Mrs. Maxon-Kennelly.
Just one, and I'm very much mulling over a couple of the changes to the calendar. I also didn't know, through the chair to Mrs. Gerber, if she was still going to be considering that change for the start of the school year, because you'd mentioned that last meeting, so just throwing it out there. But regarding the addition of the acknowledgement of a religious holiday, I'm very torn about that. I absolutely believe and practice in my own education and in my own profession the idea of making sure our students feel included, feeling valued, respecting their individual voice. What I am wrestling with and feel acutely uncomfortable with is this idea of doing something, of making a change, with no standard established for why. If we ever had a building committee come before us and request something new to ed specs, we would say, what are we doing for this? And is this something we're looking to do as setting a precedent for future building committees? If we are looking to establish something programmatically, if we are, anything that we're doing where we are asking about best practices, we are looking to have a standard to guide future decisions. We have established no standard, we have had no discussion of any standard for this process. And the one thing that has absolutely come out, and by the way, one thing I'd like to say to the public, I am so appreciative of the manner in which the comments have been directed to the board, the content of the emails. It has felt like a productive and courteous discussion, and I am enormously appreciative of that. But I am bothered by the notion, because the one thing that has been pointed out is that the demographics are changing. Well, this is not the first demographic change that's happened. It is not the only one that will happen going forward. What is the standard for making this change? And the standard cannot be who asks for it, because what about the people who don't feel comfortable speaking up? So is it a quantity that determines this? Is it I don't know, but I know that this board has had no discussion on what is the standard for making this decision. And that's where I am left very uncomfortable. I have found the speakers extremely compelling. I have not agreed with all of the points. I agree with some of what Mr. Asa brought up, but they were nonetheless heartfelt and very compelling, and it was very helpful and educational for me to hear these voices and to read these emails. But there are other religions present in the town of Fairfield. We are leaving some out. And I'm going to use a word that I used with a course discussion we had a while ago, which is we are intentionally leaving them out. We know these students are here, and we are not acting on that. And that might be something we're comfortable with, but there should be a standard. And that's where I'm uncomfortable making this decision now, because and this board does not respond to every request of the public. And I'm going to use an example, and I'm not, Mrs. Kelly, looking to raise this debate, but we received many comments, compelling, heartfelt comments from children on behalf of Math Academy. This board took no action on that. We did take action, and it was to reject the voices of those children who felt included, who felt it was a great program. And I believe that we're going to move on to something that is just as strong. So again, I'm not looking to go back, but we are about to embark on a redistricting decision. You want to see a room full of people with heartfelt opinions? Wait till we get into that. And it always has to come back to, for example, with that redistricting, if we establish principles and we are in agreement on the principles, it will direct our actions going forward. We have established no principles for this, for something that is a moving target of changing demographics and other issues that will come before us, and that's where I am uncomfortable. And that does not mean that I'm opposed to the notion. I'm genuinely not. I am very uncomfortable with having no process for making a decision such as this, which will be including some while we continue to deliberately and intentionally leave out others whom we know are present in our community. And that's what I'm having a very difficult time wrestling with.
Mrs. Gerber?
Yeah, so I did just want to get back to the other point that I meant to make earlier, just regarding the beginning of the school year. I am interested in at least having a discussion about, I'm kind of have a sneaking suspicion it's not going to go anywhere, but I just feel that if that 24th and 25th, those 2 dates circled are 2 days that teachers are going to be coming back and staff is going to be coming back. So that's impacting their summers too. And I just feel that having the first day of school on a Thursday was something that I always appreciated when I had children in school. And it's just kind of like a more gradual segue into it. So that would just be something that I would be interested in looking at and I'd be interested to get other board members' opinions on that. It doesn't have to be tonight because we've got a lot going on and it's after 9 o'clock. But I just did want to put it out there that I am interested in looking into starting on the Thursday. And I also support Mrs. Guernsey's idea of adding in that. I just wanted to double check on that. So you're talking about April 10th, correct? That would be what it was?
Yes, for Eid al-Fitr.
Perfect. Thank you.
Just a follow-up, Mrs. Gerber, to that, and would the your proposal be adding on to the end of the year versus replacing something else?
Yes, so I would be looking at, so basically the last day of school would then be the 13th of June with those additional days, which still would give us some time. And just for the sake of argument, so at the end here it says the first 6 snow days will extend the length of the school year. So if we're doing that, that means that the last day of school would be no later than the 21st, which still wouldn't be, because if the last day of school is the 13th, then you've got 6 snow days, so that would be 14, 17, 18, 19 through the 21st. So the last day of school would be no later than the 21st, which maybe I'm dating myself, but that was usually a time that we would be going. And I just still feel, the 7th being the last day, I thought was really, really early, and then the 10th is still kind of early too, and I get that we may have snow days, so I understand that, but I just feel, and maybe we won't have 6 snow days. So anyway, that was just what I was planning on doing.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Issa.
Yeah, just, I don't see it on here, so I'm not 100% sure, Mrs. Gerber, what day it is, but you mentioned the 21st, but potentially because of Juneteenth, it could be the 24th, correct?
We're not closed on June 19th per this calendar.
You wouldn't have to be closed on the 19th. It is federal, not state. But again,
In yellow, so I took that to mean that we were not planning on closing on that day.
Okay, I just, we're talking about adding a day for another holiday, but not that one then, if it falls in there. I know last year we had it listed on the calendar, but hadn't decided because we were kind of leaving it up there to see if it fell and if the school year extended then, but I think it's something that we need to consider.
I guess then just to piggyback on that, so again, if we did want to, have that as possibly, if we went that late, having it be a day off, I'm not sure if we would be able to do this, but could we change the wording to say the first 5 snow days will extend the length, and then that still would make us the last day would be the 21st.
Yeah, I think that, I would agree with that. I think that we would have to start cutting into those snow days, just for me personally, just because I know that we have heard in years past, if we go past that 3rd Friday in June, that becomes a whole other issue for a whole other group of students. So I would, just speaking for myself, would not want to have any possible date later than that 21st, before we would take away from the April break. So that's just my 2 cents on that. Anyone else? Oh, sorry, Mrs. Vitale.
And just to swing back to Juneteenth, I would, if snow days extends the school year, I would be interested in having that be a day off. Last year, we did not address it in part. It was not a state holiday at the time, so we were somewhat in flux. It has since become a state holiday as well as a federal holiday. So to Mr. Ace's point about, that we give federal and state holidays off, that would be one of them.
Columbus Day is also one of them that we don't,
This is
right.
just...
Right. So, go ahead.
So just very quickly, to my point, what's the standard for making the decision? We have no standard for making this decision, and things are going to keep happening. And I haven't heard of one of these holidays that I'm not interested in acknowledging. But what is the standard for deciding when we do and when we don't? And we don't have a standard.
I don't want to add to your burden, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, but you know what's coming. We do have a student calendar policy and regulation. So perhaps this is something that we want to tackle in policy and how we establish a standard for the district, because I agree with you. Being reactive in nature to this or any other item as they come up rather than having a thoughtful process with administration on this and then bringing it to the board may be the best way forward on this and any other thing that may come before us. So anyone else, any last thoughts? Okay, so this will be up for a voting item at the next meeting, and then if anyone is proposing any amendments to it, if you could please just let board members know and have copies for our secretary, that would be great. Thank you very much. Okay. Next item is discussion of accelerated elementary math. Thank you, everyone who came. Thank you.
Just one clarifying point left on the calendar. Do you want us to, no, it's okay. No,
I didn't know if you
for
had
myself.
Okay.
To prepare a new draft, which includes the possibility of the Thursday start date?
I think that we'll just keep it the way we've done it. Past practice is that this is the calendar that the administration has recommended. So any of us wish to amend the calendar, that'll be on us. So there's no need to change anything is my, based on the way it's gone in the past. So at the end of the day, this will be any amendments made by the board, voted on by the board, but you have put forward the calendar that you approve, which is this calendar. So there's no need to do any additional changes.
All right, thank you. Just for clarity.
Sorry. Thank you. Okay. Again, discussion of accelerated elementary math.
So central office has been hit a little bit with illness. Mr. Wakeman is out this week. We're hoping that he's feeling better. So he is not here, but more than happy to answer any questions. I know that discussion got started 2 weeks ago. Preliminary presentation is that we will have an accelerated elementary math program at all of our elementary schools. The goal here is to include and to push as many students that have the capability or desire to accelerate in the classroom in mathematics, that opportunity.
Mrs. Guernsey?
Where I get a little bit stuck with the new proposal is that it's a reaction to the past mistake that we made that the board here was not supportive of. I think, I don't remember if it was unanimous, but the board really wasn't supportive of this change, bringing the program in the way we did this year, and it was a reactionary measure to correct that change, which I agree, obviously we need to deal with those students that are going to be entering 5th grade, and I think it's really a good solution for that. But what I don't see is that it's a good solution moving forward that's thinking about what is in the best interest of our students that are advanced in math. So meeting their needs during the summer, I'm not finding it acceptable because that's what we were doing already and we weren't happy with it. We were trying to meet their needs during that year between 5th and 6th grade. So what I don't see is any exploration of how we're going to change the pacing of the course so that it takes place during the school year. You know, we sort of heard, oh, there are teachers, the math specialists are not available, now they are. It just feels like, did we ever step back and think about what is the best scenario? I mean, I don't know if it was that it was cost prohibitive. We never saw another plan. And again, this plan is one that just really addresses the problem that was created. And again, really wanting to support a plan for our accelerated math students, but not really understanding where we got to this.
So I'm not sure of the entire history behind and what was said, what was doable or not doable. I think that a summer program is an option. It is not a prerequisite for the students. We just wanted to provide a program in the summer. If parents and students so chose, they can participate. It is not necessary for them as a prerequisite to entering into the accelerated program. We want to identify students. We were figuring earlier in the spring, around March, that could possibly participate in the following year in the accelerated math program. Offer that opportunity if they'd like to participate in a summer program, but it wasn't a prerequisite. In terms of the ability of the math specialist to deliver the instruction, I don't see any reason why they wouldn't be, and I really don't know the rationale on why the board was told that they couldn't in the past. I think the position is there for intervention, but it's also there for acceleration to meet the needs of both groups of students.
Thanks so much. And to add to that, I would add the complication. I mean, we've already talked about this sort of ad nauseum, but the summer program obviously being a problem because of transportation, availability, and in addition, the timeline. So if we wait until March, in Fairfield, the majority of our parents plan for summer camps in January. So you've already missed it by 2 months. So let's be conscious of that timeline when we're planning programs like this. And again, I don't really see how this was a solution to the problem, which was providing math and accelerate. I think, well, and that's the question too, what is it we're trying to do? Is it to accelerate math, or is it to provide a different pacing for math? I mean, I'm not even totally sure what we're doing with this right now.
I think the goal is to provide an accelerated program for students that are prepared to do so. I think looking at how students are recommended is what I was hoping to open that up to students that would be more likely, with given a little bit of support and the opportunity, that would be successful. I don't think it's that narrow of a group as it was in the past, that it was just a small group of students. I think there are more students at all of our schools that could participate if given the right conditions, which are support and in their own school. I think traveling outside of the school zone into one other school seemed to be a barrier for some folks.
Okay, thank you.
Mrs. Kelly?
I agree with a lot of what Ms. Guernsey said. I understand that we have created our own problem that we need to fix, and I'm behind doing whatever it is we need to do for the upcoming fifth graders because they can't repeat fifth grade math. I mean, there's part of me that says we should just on principle, but that's just punishing children for no reason, for our mistake. I said before, I do like opening it up to more kids, but I really do hate, I don't see what the long-term solution is. I see the immediate fix for the problem we created, but I don't see the long-term solution. I didn't like what I thought was in the proposal of the summer school. Like, we are either accelerating kids during the school year or we're not. And we should be tiering them, if that's the case, starting in 4th and 5th grades, in their home schools, in their classrooms, taught by either the math specialist or, if they're rotating around in classes, by one of the 4th or 5th grade teachers who is comfortable teaching accelerated math at those levels. To me, that is the only acceptable solution, not one that says, okay, well, maybe you can take stuff in the summer, because if you can't, then you're just behind. It's just putting you behind the 8 ball before you even start. And that's not a program to me. That's a fix. It's a Band-Aid. It's a summer boost for kids who fell behind. That's what the summer is for. It's to not fall behind. It's not, that to me is not a defined accelerated math program, which is what I think we all want. I could be wrong, but I think that's what we're all looking for at the elementary level. But I don't think that what was presented to us was that. And so that is disappointing to me. And I would like to hear a little bit more, and you're probably not able to answer that. I think it was more of a question for Mr. Wakeman about the redefining of those responsibilities of our math specialists, because I know, again, you said you weren't here, but we really were told it was prohibitive in cost. And so I don't think that was an outright lie, but I think there's some truth to it, that they probably weren't able to handle it and that they will have to shift responsibilities. So that's either coming at a cost in the form of more FTE, or we're underserving someone else.
Excuse me, I think we're currently underserving those students that are at the higher end of the math spectrum. So that's where I think we're missing the mark. The redefining of the role where the math specialist would take this responsibility was my driver. not Mr. Wakeman's. So, and as far as the summer program, if we don't want to offer any summer program, I'm fine with that. It has no bearing on the plan to accelerate the students that can potentially be successful in the accelerated program during the school year.
Right, but if the specialists are going to be working with it, and I 100% agree that we are underserving our accelerated math students, they, at the risk of sounding naive, they either had entirely too much free time on their hands before, which I refuse to believe, or they will not be serving another percentage of our population that now somebody else needs to serve. So I'm just not getting how that is being solved without a cost.
Mrs. Vitale, then Mr. Asa.
Just a little bit of going back a year with why the MST, it was not proposed for this school year. We were told that if we use the MST to support these accelerated math students, that we would be not have time for those students who were behind and needed interventions on the other side of the spectrum. And that is why we did not move forward with the MSTs for this school year, that they were needed in the buildings just to provide tier 1, 2, 3 supports. Now, whether or not that is true or not, or if that is changing for the next school year, I'll leave that up to you to just determine that. I agree with Ms. Kelly just in terms of not necessarily opposed to it, but I think that if we want to support all of our students, just to be transparent that we may need more FTE in order to provide that support. This board, and we were split on it, did support through our budget 2 FTEs for the Math Academy, a 4th and a 5th grade class. So I know that budget was a concern last year in terms of the programming that was put forward, and accelerating, our 4th graders into 5th grade was a cost-effective way to provide that acceleration. But I'm share a lot of Ms. Kelly and Ms. Guernsey's concerns just in terms of, I think that I want to be really careful that if we're pulling MSTs to support these students, that we're not leaving somebody else behind. And if we need to provide more FTE support, now's the time to determine that as we're going into budget. Just in terms of past comments made about it being cost prohibitive to offer the programming at all 11 elementary schools, I think it's important to remember that we're not replicating the Math Academy, that those past statements were saying to replicate that type of programming in 11 elementary schools would have been cost prohibitive, because that program was an immersive experience throughout the day. I found what we were given to the board back in January 21st, 2018, for the Math Academy. Grade 4, those students that were in the Math Academy, they would be covering grade 4 and 5 content. And then grade 5 would be the other half of grade 5 and grade 6 content. And in order to do that, they needed to have that dedicated classroom and that extra time. And that was determined not to be something that could be replicated in all 11 elementary schools. That full everybody, that cohort together all day, math interwoven through all subject matters, just to kind of set the record straight and to kind of catch Mr. Testani up, and just in case he hadn't heard some of that information from staff. Mr. Asa.
I just think that this is an important time because we talk about roles and what are people doing in their buildings. And I think it's a good opportunity with a new superintendent, especially, to be working with the building administrators and looking at, are some of these people not available because they're doing duties that aren't necessarily what they're supposed to be dedicated to doing. And we know with short staffing and people being pulled to do different things, especially over the last few years, I'm curious, is it possible for the MSTs to do it because they can go back to being dedicated to what we're talking about now, are they being pulled for other things in the building? And I think it goes to the FTE, question. If we have these students that have needs met, and the MSTs can't do it by themselves, I think that it would be interesting to see what additional support would be needed from an FTE standpoint, or if they can do it, and by doing it, does it mean that we need additional FTE support in another area that maybe they were supporting or helping that they wouldn't be now? So,
Yeah, I would just like to get the opportunity to give this a go. I think after talking with the members of the team that we feel that this can be more than doable. It can be successful given the staffing that we do currently have, not without adding, not needing to add any additional staff members.
Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Thank you. So, and I appreciate that answer, and I understand that staff feels this is possible, but I think there's a few different things going on here. So one, I completely concur with Mrs. Kelly that I think we need to know exactly what the consequence is of the MST being reassigned. Is it simply, and I'm going to make up, so is it that they were pulled off lunch duty and now they have more time because they were being misused in that regard? Or is it they are now no longer serving the math needs of, as a tier 2, tier 3 intervention in first grade because they're now doing this for fifth graders? I think we need to know that. So that's one factor that, again, I completely agree with. Secondly, I'd like to say that the parts of the plans that I'm very enthusiastic about, I very much appreciate that we're going to be able to serve this group of fifth graders next year. Second, I very much appreciate that we're going to give more students who are going to be fifth graders the opportunity to do the acceleration going into fifth grade so that they can join the students who did this last summer, because we know students were not correctly identified and that the net should have been cast wider. So I appreciate both of those aspects very much. And as a stopgap, I appreciate the notion that we're trying the summer again, but condensing it into July, although I do share Mrs. Guernsey's concern to a degree about when they're having to make camp commitments and other things in their summer. I mean, get on Facebook, that's a real concern for our Fairfield parents. But I think more to the point, what we're looking for, and this is where it's unfortunate that Mr. Wakeman isn't here, so again, to Mrs. Jacobson, I think the conversation will need to continue, is that we're looking for something more systemic during the school year that can serve these third graders. Is there some, and I don't know because I'm not familiar enough with the construction of the elementary school day. Is there something where this money that's allocated to the summer, is it something that could be allocated to a once a week after school so that it's starting to be embedded in the spring for the third graders, leaving them off for the summer, and that going into the fourth grade, they're stepping into that fifth grade classroom. Now, I don't know how the math curriculum works because obviously they still have their math during the school day. So what does that supplemental, I don't know, but I would love staff to problem solve that, throw some spaghetti at the wall and see, what could we do to reconstruct the third grade spring experience, for example. I'd at least like the conversation. Is that something that could be workable, and thus we're not impacting the summer, and then we would also very definitely be reaching the maximum number of students possible. Now, how do they get identified? How do we work that? I don't know. But again, that's where this is the conversation. So just to reiterate, one, I'm concerned about the consequences of that lost MST time for the fifth graders. I am grateful again, so to staff, I appreciate the plan for how it's going to serve next year's fifth graders for both groups, but I would be interested in that conversation of, one, the identification processes, and two, what could we do with a spring for third graders and thereby avoiding the summer entirely.
Okay.
Mrs. Kelly?
Sorry. To the point that Ms. Vitale was making about the old date, like the other, I'm not looking to replicate the Math Academy in the 11 schools. That's not, I don't think that was ever the goal for anyone. I mean, in theory, it would be amazing, but that was never my goal. But I am looking to accelerate math during the school year. So while I appreciate that Math Academy was fully immersive, and, they were trying to weave math in every subject, if you will. I fail to see how we wouldn't be able to teach fourth graders fourth grade and half of fifth grade, and teach the fifth graders fifth grade and half of sixth grade if they truly are accelerated, truly have the aptitude, and have the right resources in place. I feel like that should all be happening in the classroom. That does not involve summer work. I feel like I'm missing something there, and I don't have any assurances that that's happening. I'm just hearing the fourth graders will learn fifth grade math, and the fifth graders will learn sixth grade math. And I feel like we're just still dealing with the same underlying problem of not accelerating. We're just pushing people into the next class. And again, to me, that was the whole problem in the first place. Without having the Math Academy, we started the Math Academy because the fifth graders were skipping sixth grade math and going straight to seventh. So I'm just really having a hard time understanding why we can't just do fourth and half of fifth in fourth grade, and fifth and half of, you know what I mean, fourth and half of fifth and half of fifth and sixth. So maybe it's easier said than done, and I'm just living in La La Land, but that's what I would like to see.
Okay, thank you. So just operationally, that would probably look like a math rotation. I'm off today, but you know who I'm talking to. Do you want to come up and speak to that a little bit? Thank you.
So what I'm hearing from the proposal is either having a classroom that compacts the curriculum, like Ms. Vitale talked about, where you complete two curriculums or a half of one and a half of another in 1 year, which would have FTE impact in terms of how you do it. Or we can departmentalize an elementary schedule so different teachers are teaching different math courses at the same time with different kids, which what I believe is what Ms. Jacobson's calling a rotating schedule there. The issue with that in certain buildings is odd numbers of sections that sometimes limits the ability to rotate students. Usually a 3 works or a 4 works, but if there's a 2, it's sometimes difficult to have that extra section rotate through without an additional teacher, which could be an MST. So I'm not saying it's impossible, but we would have to run the numbers on something like that to see if it would work with I'll call it an extra section, but a rotating section of students with in and out.
Yeah, I think the other thing that needs to be explored is what the actual caseload of the MST is and how their day is. Well, I think that's, to Mr. Ace's point, I think there are some inefficiencies and inconsistencies that occurs. I think one of the things that we need to understand is if we're going to do this with that position, they can't be covering classes when teachers are out. They can't be pulled for these other things that honestly we know is happening. It happens everywhere. And it's hard not to. You don't have a teacher, you don't have a sub, all hands on deck. But if we're going to do this, then these folks and their time would be, and their schedule would be very laid out, and it would be sacred. We wouldn't be able to touch their schedules because they have students that they need to serve. I'm not sure that they all have. They may be working from 9 to 9:30 with 2 kids, and then from 9:30 to 10 with 2 kids. That to me is not efficient, and that's also not necessary. So I think if we can do this, and we've had the conversation, I think we can do it, and we can do it well.
I'm just curious if you know off the top of your head, what was the official Math Academy, math block? And what is it now in the elementary schools?
So it's a 60-minute period. The typical math block is a 60-minute period.
Were they doing 60 minutes in the Math Academy, or was it 75 minutes? Because then that 15 minutes had to come from somewhere. So if we had it for those kids, we have it in our schools too.
The Math Academy, and I could get the exact numbers of the math block, but it was fully integrated all day. So the teacher had the ability to create their schedule from morning to afternoon to integrate math in all the academic areas. So given the hard line on 60 minutes of a math block, they also did it with science and they did it with social studies. So it was integrated throughout the day. So it wasn't necessarily just one block that was within the day. So it's hard to give you the minute by minute on that one.
Mrs. Guernsey.
I just wanted to add, I remember at one point we were told that it was an estimated extra 30 minutes per day, so it was like an extra 50%. And I think that was part of the conversation we had about how would we bring this to the schools, because it really wasn't, the pacing wasn't increased, it was just increased time. So this is something that I've struggled with just processing in my own head, because we have these accelerated students, but we're not bringing them through math faster, we're just adding time. So just communicating my really inability to understand that.
And sorry, that's where I was going with that, is that I if they just had more time, and maybe I'm wrong, but I mean, I feel like the acceleration is still possible in the 60-minute block if, and I hate the term, they're with like-minded students and everyone's on pace and everyone is, dedicated to the cause because they've kind of elected to come into something, they were chosen, but some are like, I just feel like the acceleration is possible. I could be wrong, but in that block, but the logistics is another story.
I think you both bring up a point. Acceleration is not just more time. Right. And it is pace. So I think as we get this proposal to continue to move forward, it's really looking at curriculum, looking at standards and what the expectations are, what needs to be taught in the time that's allotted. That's why I think scheduling is important. Making the schedule so it's not just more time, so that, to your point, kids are not getting shortchanged somewhere else. Because we can do this, I think, but it has to be done, and it has to be done thoughtfully.
Okay. So I am hearing some follow-up questions and concerns and just how they're going to be addressed. So I don't know if you could share that with Mr. Wakeman, and we can talk about future meeting, but also thinking about this from a budgetary standpoint, and if we are using them in such a fashion, who would do those jobs then at the end of it? So there's a trickle-down effect here in terms of the staffing. So I know that where people are going to be interested in that from a budgetary and what our needs are in that regard. So thank you very much. Okay, next item, new business, first reading of Fairfield Care Survey. Ms. Hazlett.
Sorry, I've forgotten. But I haven't forgotten to be slow when I say I come to you today as chair of Fairfield Cares Community Coalition.
Kathy Hazlett, Program Director of the Fairfield Cares Community Coalition.
We know you have other agenda items, so we'll try and be quick with just an introduction of the coalition survey, which this survey in one form or another has been conducted for the last dozen years. It provides valuable information to the members of the Fairfield Cares Coalition, to all of the school staff who serve in student services capacities, as well as teachers and coaches, and it helps parents design programs that speak to the needs of students who misuse drug and alcohol. Since the coalition was in existence, we have seen a dramatic reduction in the misuse of drugs and alcohol in this community. But we've also seen, because of the survey, as trends have changed and new issues have come up, and so it becomes a valuable resource and tool. It was first administered or designed by the Search Institute in cooperation with RIASAP, and then we conducted one in cooperation with Positive Directions. This survey is actually one that was designed within the state, and essentially covers the same type of questions. The only two areas that have been added this year, and Ms. Hazlitt will go into more detail, is questions on gaming and gambling. But the other subject areas have essentially been covered with one or other questions. So we encourage your consideration of it and your positive vote at the next meeting.
I do have a prepared statement before I entertain questions. I understand there's been some discussion on the specificity of Fairfield Care's inquiry of a student's gender and sexual orientation. The questions being asked in the 2023 survey are very close to the wording used in the 2021 survey and more inclusive than the 2019. But even the 2019 survey included categories of transgender or not sure. But up front, I want to let parents know that students can skip any question except for the grade. That's the only thing that we require. Parents can also opt out of their child even participating in the survey. That is pro forma, that is usual, something we have always done. The survey will also, The survey will also be administered to a random selection of students. Hopefully, we hope to get maybe 400 students per grade, which was our goal in 2021. Didn't quite make it, but we're going to try again. So let me address this issue. Why is asking a young person's gender and sexual orientation important? What do they have to do with substance use prevention and mental health wellness? In a word, everything. Research shows that there is a higher correlation of substance use, depression, and suicide ideology among those who identify as LGBTQ+. As the designated prevention counsel for the town of Fairfield, it is important that the Fairfield Cares Community Coalition collects the gender and sexual orientation data in order to determine if there are differences among the Fairfield student populations regarding substance use, mental health wellness, and other behaviors. Fairfield Cares can then tailor its prevention programming accordingly. Another important reason for asking how do you identify or which best describes your sexual orientation is that young people will feel seen without judgment. The subtle message being delivered to students through the wording and the choices offered is, you matter. However you identify, you matter. And so it is hoped that students complete the survey providing honest responses so that Fairfield Cares, the school, and community partners can use the data to define next steps so that to help all youth thrive in our community. Thank you. Happy to answer your questions regarding the survey.
Okay, thank you both for being here tonight. Open it up to the floor for any questions. Mr. Issa.
Why do you laugh? So could you, I don't know whether it's you or somebody in the administration, answer the process for opting out or parents having the option to opt out? Because there's a lot of public watching this. If you could clarify.
Yeah. What we've done in the past, and I expect we'll do it again this year, is a letter goes out, emailed to all parents under the superintendent's signature to inform parents of when the survey will be administered. A hard copy of the survey is available at middle school and high school offices for any parent to take a look at. And then it's important for them to respond to that survey to identify that they would like their child not to participate.
Okay, so getting to the point that you were just trying to make in your prepared statement regarding sexuality, I totally get that there is a population that is suffering and struggling, and trying to figure out how to balance and address those needs is critical. I guess what I struggle with is a blanket question to all getting this survey, and whether that's the right approach, and how does this tie in? So very recently, the Fairfield Public Schools came out with, regulations around asking about gender, not asking if you use pronouns, but acknowledging it if the student comes to the district. I'm just curious, and maybe this is for Mr. Testani, how does this play in, and does this conflict at all with our new policy and regulations?
I'm not sure if it conflicts, but I do understand that it is a very contentious topic amongst families. So my question is the opt-out. If you don't opt out, you automatically opt in.
It will still be a random selection of students, so this isn't being administered to all students, but it's important to know who should not be participating.
And also, I'll remind the board that a student who happened to be randomly selected, when they got to that question, they could just skip it, if they want.
I understand that point. I don't necessarily know if they will skip it. I guess what I'm struggling with is, like I said, balancing that, meeting the needs of kids that are struggling versus exposing, can you just confirm what grade, is it all middle school grades? Or can you confirm which grades it is?
7th through 12th.
Okay. So I'll leave it at that. I'm struggling with a blanket question on this to everybody that's getting this survey, especially the younger ones. And I'm not saying that there's not a way that we need to try and figure this out, but I'm having trouble with it.
If I could add a personal note. I was about to say I have two boys, but they're in their 40s now, so they would object if I called them that. So I have two sons. One is straight, one is gay. The straight one, we have two grandchildren. He is a typical suburban parent. My gay child is in New York City. He's the director of the Francis Museum and Tavern, which celebrates George Washington and the founding of this country. And starting around 7th and 8th grade, he started being bullied privately, quietly, because of his orientation. Not that he came out, didn't come out until later in his high school years. But he struggled. And these questions weren't available at the time when the Search Institute put their survey out. I believe his time in our Tomlinson and in Fairfield High School would have been easier if the staff, both teachers and support services staff and the parents and town officials had a better handle on how students' attitudes and behaviors were being influenced by their orientation. And so I strongly suggest that you allow these questions to be kept in the survey because it's valuable information to help students who might be struggling to be served well.
Ms. Jacobson?
So I'm going to speak to this. I've been working with Fairfield Cares as a volunteer, first as a PTA, and then working with the organization for many years. And everyone also knows that I have strong feelings about student data security and privacy at the same token, who know me or know my work. One of the greatest things about this survey and all the ones that have come before is that it tells us one big thing that I appreciate is the strengths, the things that we are doing well. You know, we have cut down the survey to about a third of the length from what it previously was. So it'll be much shorter to fit into an advisory, maybe 20 minutes or so, 15 if you don't have skip logic. So that was one request from administration, so I appreciate that, but yet capturing all of the important things that we need to gather. The greatest thing is the strengths, right? It tells us what are we doing well, what are our kids, you know, feeling safe and secure, and what are they connected to at school, and which is great. So we've kept that in here. One of them is one of the greatest protective factors that Fairfield kids do tell us is their level of school engagement and their connections to school through all the activities and relationships that they build. So that's what we would call in prevention a protective factor. What is being spoken to here tonight would be what we would call a risk factor. And just like we look at academics and we say, well, how are our kids doing academically by race or by gender or by special needs? Why do we want to know that, right? We want to know that so we can target additional supports where necessary. And this is, I see, as no different. We're asking similar demographics, but that is this one thing that people are talking to. So I think it's really important, to Mr. Ace's point, that parents have an understanding of the opt-out, that there's a letter home, that they don't have to answer questions. But I will tell you that we see a big jump between 8th and 9th grade. So getting a handle on this before that summer between 8th and 9th grade is pretty critical. So whoever board members might want to address the questions specifically or grades or whatnot, I would just keep mindful of where we do see changes in Fairfield youth. It's not just public schools, right? It's just Fairfield youth in general between that 8th and 9th grade. So getting a handle on some of this before they get into high school is really critical from a prevention standpoint. And I know I've rambled a little bit too much, but just wanted to give a little greater context as to the importance of any disaggregated subgroup information and how we can best support in all of our students' needs. Thank you. Mrs. Mexicanelli.
So I guess the issue I have is, and I would, through the chair to Mr. Testani, I'm not so sure that this survey doesn't run afoul of the regulations that were issued to staff. I'm reading the sentence. At the same time, we do not routinely ask questions about the genders of our students or assume that they should be questioning their identities. We just issued this guidance. And I don't think we can be consistent by allowing another outside agency to ask the questions that we've just told staff not to ask. So I do think questions 15, 16, and 17 are problematic. But here's more to the point. Do I think we have issues? Do I think that we need supports? Do I think that this is a continued educational focus that we need? Yes, but I would argue that the research on this is so definitive, we don't need to ask the question. I think we know it is an issue for our students. I think I can't imagine a district out there at this point whose research would not definitively show that these students and that this demographic is in need of support, is in need of access to counseling, is in need of access to ensuring that they are getting school connectedness and that there's an adult in the building that they feel that they could speak to. Of course, that's also true across the board. I think that would help with our attendance issues. I mean, there's nothing about that. I don't believe that asking the question would be valuable because I don't think there's going to be anything about the answer that would surprise us. And to the point that it is directly contradicting guidelines we just sent to staff, and which this board was fully apprised of. So to approve the survey as is with those questions, having just seen these guidelines, once again, I'm going to come back to the point of there needs to be a standard. If we're going to change that decision, then what is the standard for doing so? And I could be convinced that there is a compelling reason for doing so and that these guidelines should not apply, but there should be a standard for making such a decision. And this is not to disrespect the work of Fairfield Cares, which has been tremendous for Fairfield, and it has been a tremendous resource. I would only say that I don't think that the answers to those questions and the disaggregated data that therefore accompanies it is going to be of value, because I think it's going to confirm something we already know, that these are students who can be at risk for risky behavior, who need support, who need connectedness, and it is because of that that I would be comfortable with this survey not having those questions, because I don't need to be convinced of what these students need. So I just throw that out there.
Mr. Peterson?
I tend to agree with Ms. Kennelly for exactly the reasons that she brought up, but I would also stress that as a census, this would also be useless because we know these populations already exist at all levels.
Well, we wouldn't be able to longitudinally track the variance over time from previous surveys, right? So this has been asked for many, many years beforehand, so we wouldn't be able to actually see the growth in those numbers potentially as well.
That may be true, but that doesn't. The fundamental thing is that we shouldn't turn a blind eye to the fact that we know these communities exist.
Absolutely, Mr. Issa.
Yeah, thank you, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, for putting it much better than I did. But yes, what you read, I did not have that policy or guidelines in front of me, but that was my fear. And again, I concur with Mrs. Maxon Kennelly here. And one of the reasons that this board supported the hiring of a person specifically focused on DEI, this is one of the subgroups and communities that we're focusing on working and trying to make sure the needs of these students are met. We have a lot of work ahead of us, but we know it's there. We know the need is there. We know that situations like Mr. Dwyer explained from his own personal experience are happening on a daily, multiple daily, regular basis. So that I think that's the point there.
Guernsey.
Just a quick comment that as I'm thinking about the guidelines, because I do think that was an important step when we talk about staff, not permitting them to ask those questions. I would draw a line, because I think that when we start asking for these questions as answers to an anonymous survey, that's very different than the staff asking that, like in the classroom, or, I don't know. And these guidelines are, of course, guidelines that can be changed based on our needs. So, I would support the questions being in here because I understand the value to them. And, obviously, we've made clear ways that people can opt out. But I just, I think that the guidelines were written at a place and time where we hadn't thought about these kinds of surveys or that are anonymous, and I do think that's different than a classroom teacher asking it in the classroom, at least for me.
Mrs. Vitale?
I would agree with that assessment. In terms of those administrative regs that Dr. Tracy put together, I view that as guidance for staff, for conversations that are happening in the classroom. I view this as a different, an outside entity. Students it's confidential. Students have the option to opt out. I think I've shared with this board, when I was a PTA president, these surveys were so incredibly valuable for programming, working with school administration, not only for identifying types of programs to bring to students, but also types of programs to bring to parents. We've been asking this question. I just, have my 2016 survey results. And back in 2016, 797 youth were surveyed. At that point, 1% identified as transgender. So, yes, we know these populations exist. Yes, we know, unfortunately, that history has shown that they are struggling. I think that having the data point is important, because you have the data point, you see where the struggles are, hopefully you implement programming, and then you measure again, and you see if the programming that you implemented made a difference. Because sadly, we know these populations exist, and we've also seen, us going in a different direction of, taking away supports that have been valuable for these students. So I will be supporting, again, this survey. I think it's a valuable tool both to highlight the assets of our students but also to maybe just show, where they're going and how we might be able to provide programming both in the school district and with our community partners. So thank you for the presentation, for your continued work on this. Ms. Jacobson, I was first approached by Fairfield Cares when I was the PTA president at Roger Ludlow Middle School, and there was a real need to get information about our middle school students, because as you said, they were, the issues that we think that they're too young for, they weren't too young for them. And their parents, once they got that data, it was eye-opening. And, I can still remember, please be on this committee. And you stepped up as you do. So thank you all for your work on this.
Kelly?
I'm not quite sure who this question is for, but I'm not denying that the surveys are valuable. I do agree that there's a lot of good stuff in here. I guess I would just ask the question kind of conversely, that if those questions were not in there, does that make the survey less valuable? I'm assuming the data would still be valuable.
As a preventionist, what would make it challenging is I would not know really what our population looks like. I know from our 2021 survey that 13% of those who responded identified as LGBTQ. In 2023, if we don't ask, I don't know if that percentage is staying the same, if it's going to go up, if it's going to go down. It helps to provide more detail to the student population so that we know what services we need to address. For example, through focus groups, we learned that staff are pretty tolerant of the lesbian, gay, but when it comes to transgender, not so much. If we don't have even the information about, the percentage of students who identify as other or as transgender or bisexual, it brings in a whole host of lack of opportunities. We're missing out on opportunities that we could be addressing. And I think it's really important that we provide services that address the whole student population. Right now, we don't have a mental health agency in this town. We don't have that. And as a result, kids don't have access to mental health services like they need, right? So it just gives us that much more information to know what more we can do to address the needs of our youth.
I would simply say it is a less valuable survey in order for professionals to be able to serve the needs of youth, all of the youth.
Mr. Asa.
Do you know what the percentage of opt-out is?
Yeah, it's not high at all. It's very low. So most recently I came to this board to get permission to do focus groups, and we sent a letter out to the high school parents. And I probably received maybe 20 responses saying I would prefer my child not to participate in the focus group.
Okay, anyone else? No? Okay, so this is a first read, and we'll have this, I would presume, we haven't, for the next agenda on December 13th. But if anyone has any follow-up questions or any thoughts, please send them in to me and to Kathy or in the chair. But again, thank you for your presentation and for being here tonight, and for your advocacy for all of our kids. Thank you.
And thank you for the board's consideration.
Mr. Asa, sorry.
To be clear, you want questions coming to you and them, or just you, and then you will direct them?
You can send them to me and Mr. Testani, and just leader the officers, and I can get them to Kathy. She's not part. Thank you. Okay, first reading of the facilities planning document. This was on just for discussion purposes at our last meeting, but bringing it back as a first read. I don't believe there were any changes other than maybe a couple grammar things. Mr. Asa, I don't know if you want to speak to this before we open it up to the floor at all?
No, there were some grammar edits and whatnot made to the document, thanks to some help from another board member. And I would just suggest that, as the chair, if you want to walk us through this one at a time to see if there's anything, and then determine where to go from there.
So just an overview for anybody who might be new. We have facilities planning principles that were adopted in 2010, and as we're looking at redistricting conversations and facility utilization issues in our district, we are the facilities committee, which is chaired by Mr. Asa, looked at these planning principles and are suggesting some updates to the language. So that's just a quick summary of where we are and how we got here. So just going through them one by one. Number one, core facilities. I don't think I need to read them. We went over them last time, but I'll just open it up for discussion one by one in terms of the changes on number one, if anyone has any questions on them or anything that they are thinking in terms of changes or edits at this time. And of course, this will come at the next meeting, so that can always come up, but just wanted to bring this back as a first read. Nothing on number one? No one? Okay. Class size. Anyone have a question on that? The only question I had for this one is reference pertinent policy or regs. I don't believe that our class size guidelines for elementary school are either, that they are just guidelines. So I don't know if we would just want to take that parentheses out.
Yeah, we left that in there just as to basically bring up the question that you just did.
Oh, okay.
Do we want to say or reference that the Board of Ed, or wants to maybe do more than that, or just stick with the guidelines? That's why it was in there.
Okay.
So yes, if there was no objection to taking that parentheses wording out, I think that could be done.
Mrs. Kelly.
I apologize. This is probably a dumb question, but are class sizes at all contractual?
Yes, but Mrs. Kennelly, you want to follow up?
No, teacher load is. So that's, we might have something in policy about the number 35, which obviously is not something that Fairfield does, but teacher load is what's contractual.
Okay. Specialized curriculum. So just an update here to be a little bit more specific in terms of OTPT speech and just the supports that we need.
Sorry to interrupt.
So go ahead.
Do we want to take what we talk about tonight and kick it back to the facilities committee to make the edits? Or because this is a first read and we potentially are voting on it, I think we have to bring it back and then make the motion to amend it at the next meeting, correct? Just for clarification.
Yes.
Okay.
So the next meeting would be the where people would make any amendments.
Okay, thank you for clarifying. I just wanted to make sure that there's no plan to bring this back to facilities and then have to do another first read. Okay, thank you.
No, but what I do think is that if there's a sense of the board, so that facilities takes it back, does hash it over, and makes changes that are not substantive in nature, something like with the withdrawal of parentheses, that could be a new draft coming back. It should be in a new color, or like strike through blue sort of thing, so that we're not having to make an amendment. If your sense is that's what the board wants, the facilities committee agrees, it doesn't have to go through an amendment process. We've done that with policy before.
I'm just a little concerned on timing.
So in other words, it's not another first read.
Right.
It's for a vote. It's
Oh.
just with the language. Again, I'm
Let's
just
go
saying it's
through
an
them.
option.
Yeah, let's go through it and see if we feel like there's a bunch of changes that we feel that it really would warrant something like that, or if we feel like we're in a good place and it wouldn't necessarily need to go back to the committee level. All right, so number 3, specialized curriculum. Anyone have any questions on that? No? Okay. Oh, sorry, Mr. Issa, yep.
Just with regard to this, and maybe we can get an update from Mr. Papa George and Mr. Mancusi to see if there's anything that they need or want to add to this or add any color to this at this time. If not, that's fine.
Mrs. McNally.
So to that point, my question about number 3 was, is this intended, I mean, it obviously says, including but not limited to, but just how much of this is really intended to be an inclusive list? So that, for example, we have nothing about ELL, we have nothing about social worker, we have nothing about school psychologist. There are definitely offices I think we generally like to plan for, but obviously that you have the language in here that indicates this doesn't have to be an inclusive list, but if we're looking for it to be more inclusive, then there are other things that we know we want dedicated space to.
Well, I guess that was the point to Mr. Papa George and Mr. Mancusi, was to see if they needed to add anything or if they're comfortable with the way this is worded, was really the key. Because yes, those are good points, but do they, at the committee level, we struggled, how detailed do we want this? And we ultimately decided that we left it like this, so there is some area of wiggle room. Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Rob Mancusi, Executive Director of Special Ed. I read student support centers to, be all inclusive of the office space for the related service providers. If you're not comfortable with that, it certainly would be, fine to have those more specifically spelled out. But that's how I read that, to include that.
So student services support centers, perhaps, if you would feel more comfortable being a little more specific, no? Okay.
Yeah, that would be fine.
Mrs. Vitale?
And just a little more color on that. We put OT, PT, and speech. We went down the list a little bit and just realizing in some of, when we had space issues in the past, very often those services ended up being in really inappropriate places in a way that, the school psychologist and ELL wasn't. We weren't hearing stories of that services being delivered in the hallway or in a closet, which is why we just wanted to be a little more specific on certain, and figured that the student support services would just cover those other services that you provided, and also leave the door open for any new services that might come up in the next 10 years, just in case future boards don't want to, amend it.
Okay. Number 5, stability. Six, headroom. Mr. Peterson.
Yeah, I was hoping to have a bit of a discussion about the switch from 90 to 85%, recognizing that in the past we have targeted 90% at elementary schools. And Mr. Asa brought up in the previous meeting when this was introduced very briefly that part of the facilities discussion was that there are schools that don't have specialized spaces for specialized services. And my thought at the time was, well, we have some schools that do. And that we have, in all our renovations, tried to create spaces for these services. So I guess I would be interested in some more color on the switch down to from 90 to 85, and whether it might be reasonable to construct wording to say 90% for schools that have been renovated and do have specialized spaces, and 85 for those that do not.
Mr. Asa.
So I don't necessarily disagree with what you're saying in the concept. The problem is when you get into, for example, let's say Riverfield that's been renovated, right? They have the TLC, they have other programs. Mill Hill now has been renovated, has the CLC. So I think we just have to be careful on how it would be worded, because some of the existing renovated schools have those programs located there. It may or may not be related to the fact that they were renovated or not. So I'd be interested on how what recommendations we could have on wording on that. I wouldn't necessarily be opposed to it as a board member. I see the point. But I also see that if we had a uniform number and we're working on a long-range indoor air quality and HVAC program to get all the schools equal in that aspect, that by having those numbers in a guideline or a principle, that it would help determine where you could place programs and do they have to be in those buildings. So that to think about.
No, and I understand that, and I do appreciate the value of having a uniform standard. And I'm not fundamentally opposed to the 85%. I am curious to see how that may affect any redistricting plan going forward, especially when we're talking about some schools that are already over 90% capacity. The schools that are overpopulated now may, in some scenarios, see larger groups of kids move out of that school to other schools, and maybe basically more difficult to harmonize populations among our facilities if we adopt a lower percentage standard than a higher percentage standard. But I'll give this some more thought, and I may toy with some wording.
Yeah, and I would urge you to, because I think that it's something that we should talk about, and also remembering that when we adopt this, not all of us will be at the table years from now. So trying to set the standard, if you look, this one was 12 years ago. So what we do, we need to get right now.
No, and I appreciate that. And I would also note, I made a note on here, when we do adopt this, we need to change the adopted date on the document.
Yeah, I don't know how that got left out. On one of the drafts I had, it did have that red lined out, but.
Follow up to that, if I may. Presuming that this was passed in 2010 and that what the crafters of this document intended was 90% of functional capacity, it's not specified in here. So I'm just clarifying that the mutual understanding here is that we are talking about a percentage of functional, not operational section utilization, correct? Is that correct, Mr. Issa?
It's a percentage of the seats in the school, so it would be 90.
The functional?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Thank you. Can
To the and first question out of ignorance. So if a school has a CLC, how does that factor into the calculation of the utilization rate at that school?
Right.
Is it only the general ed classrooms that are factoring into this, and that's just viewed, we have extra space and that's where we can have it, or is that part of that school's? I don't know the answer to that.
Part of functional, that's operational. Higher than of 85%, because as we just clarified, this is based on functional capacity. So just take a burr. It's a 504 school. 85% of that would be the 15% minus the 504. However, there's two CLCs there, which lowers its number to as it's calculated now, to a 478. The 85% being proposed here is not to the 478, it's to the 504, which means they would end up with a higher utilization at some point because of the special programming.
Yeah,
is
and
my
I think
assumption in the math.
Yeah, and I think it's also to not only create the buffer for population growth, but also for the specialized programming growth. So, but yeah, I think Mrs. Jacobson is on key there.
Can I just clarify one detail? I think I know the answer. A student that goes to a CLC that's not in the catchment area of their home school, where are they assigned population-wise?
Each elementary CLC is in a specific feeder pattern. So if a student goes to an elementary school that is not, where there's no CLC, they will go to the CLC within their middle school's feeder pattern. And they'll continue in that feeder pattern.
No, I understand that, but for the extent of calculating school population numbers, if there's a child, elementary school population, if there's a child at Dwight, say, that who needs to be in the CLC at Mill Hill, to what school do we apply that student in terms of the population numbers for this facility discussion?
That to me would be Mill Hill.
Yes. They're counted in the homeroom of their home, of the school that they are attended. They
Thanks
are
for
counted, yeah,
clarifying.
right. So to your point, there are a lot of ins and outs that are not accounted, right, gotcha. Anyone else?
So well, just to just to continue with that then, so because that CLC, because they are integrated at some points in their classrooms, that's where that would be catching them, correct? Then did the committee at any point talk about stipulating both functional and operational utilization rate? Because again, keeping in mind that the idea, at least my vision of the idea of these principles, the idea of setting these standards, is that as we move forward with any redistricting discussion, any move that we make, any decision that we make, we should be able to say, this decision is consistent with these standards, right?
We didn't deviate from the previous principle in that I don't believe it took into consideration that differentiation. No, we did not do that at the committee level to specifically talk about the two different
Is there
groups.
any value to that conversation? And I genuinely am not sure if there is a value to that conversation, but if there is, we should be talking about that.
When we talked about, we struggled with this at the committee level, and we landed on the 85%, like looking forward, appreciating that specialized programming could be that 5% difference, that gave the buffer for, the CLC might be at Dwight one year, but then it might move to a different school another year. We might have a preschool. There is some fluidity in some of this special programming, which is why we lowered the percentage of functional capacity.
So then my question would be, but isn't that not a desirable path to take? I mean, if those students are invested in those classrooms and they're making those connections and they're getting that level of support, to just say, all right, well, now we're at 86%, better to move the specialized program to redistrict a school. I'm just trying to think about what we're setting up here. I'd rather anticipate it proactively than to not
Unless
have
it's not
anticipated it.
differentiated at some point, right? I mean, since it's not differentiated, it's, that's, well, I mean, you don't want to get too far into the charge or what we're going to have consultants look at. But it should just be like when you give us those utilization numbers, the target, regardless if it's got special programming or not, we want those buildings to operate as close to 85%, or maybe that's not the case, but that could be a solution to the issue. Like, we're not specifying in order to provide the flexibility. And that 85 is 85.
And so I guess I would just say that I, again, would be interested in the facilities committee examining some hypotheticals where, and again, that might be the right path to take. I'm not necessarily, I just want to say through the chair to Mr. Asa, it's not that I'm disagreeing, I just would wish that the committee had said, okay, if we do that, and in 5 years this scenario unfolded, according to these principles, we should be taking X course of action. Do you see what I'm saying? That, again, setting these up to guide future actions, if that hasn't been game played, that's what I'm concerned about. Because I'm not positive either that they would make any difference at all, but if there were consideration of operational capacity, and that maybe that would be that higher number, that's what I'm genuinely not sure of a scenario where we might wish we had considered this. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I appreciate your question. I mean, I did raise it, but sorry about that. But it's also a plan, right? I mean, we're not going to have buildings ever probably that are all equal in terms of 85% utilization. It's a planning document. It's a goal. It's something that we're, hoping for. But if you're looking for more specificity.
Except, Mrs. Jacobson, I would disagree that this is just a plan. Do I think that in 3-4 years, if we end up pursuing a redistricting, do I think we're going to be like, oh, we triggered it by one, we've got to redistrict?
Right.
No, I don't envision that. On the other hand, these are supposed to be the principles we fall back on to guide the next set of decisions that we are going to make. They need to hold up. That's, I guess, my point.
Also, let's not forget, though, that these facilities planning principles were created with multiple major projects in the pipeline, and that they were, and maybe Mrs. Gerber can touch on this if she wants, but we I don't think, and correct me if I'm wrong, I don't think these were created to drive redistricting. I think these are going to be an important component of when we come up with our charge for redistricting, and I get what you're saying. But, you know, we have schools right now that are going to go over 90%, and we have some that are under. So to your point, yeah, no, I don't think anyone would ever go a couple points over and say we have to do redistricting in the town. I think these are general planning principles moving forward, knowing that we do have 2 schools on the waterfall that are slated still. They're towards the back of the waterfall, but they're there. So I think it's important to have these guiding principles so when those projects do come up for discussion or possible action, that I think this would be helpful. But I think that's where I would leave it at.
And to follow up, Mr. Asa, they were created at a time when we didn't have as much specialized programming as we do now, right? So that is a change and worthy of discussion in terms of how that does. They were not. Our buildings weren't built necessarily for all of this. In some of them, in terms of So sorry. Go ahead.
Well, yeah. I mean, at this stage in the game, I mean, this was before Riverfield, Holland Hill, Mill Hill. I mean, there was a lot of work that the board that approved these planning principles was looking ahead to, and granted, we still have a lot of work before us right here, but the point about the specialized programming is definitely valid, and I think this just gives us some flexibility that I appreciate, and I feel, I understand that there was, I'm sure, a tremendous amount of debate about it, but I think that it does make sense to acknowledge that, and again, but I think we shouldn't get too caught up on these numbers. I mean, these are aspirational. These are things that they're guidelines, but they are not these hard and fast rules. There's something for us to aspire to that this board and future boards can look to hope to stay as close to as possible. But I don't think we should try to get too caught up in the differences between these numbers.
Number 7, commitment to adding space where students are located. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
My only question about number 7 was how relevant does this still feel? In terms, and it could be that, no, it's good to just say it, but what schools do we have? I mean, obviously, Mill Hill being in the rearview mirror, that was a missed opportunity, but this was hugely important in 2010 with some significant projects on the horizon, but where did you see it was still relevant, I guess is my question.
I think knowing that we have those 2 schools on the waterfall and not knowing whether they would, because originally they were not potential additions, they were renovations, and it was not talked about additions, but those were put on the waterfall before. I mean, there's still talk about, we still have to tackle the ECC, where that's going to go. Do we need space? And I think that's where it really played in, and we did talk back and forth about this. But knowing that we still have those 2 projects, and one or both of them could include a modification to make the building or footprint bigger.
Mr. Peterson?
I would just add to that point, if we look at the date on the front of this document, it's 2010. We're trying to be forward-looking with this, and we are living at a time where we have a large number of developments in town and population centers that could shift over time. I think it's worthy to retain this because I could foresee some new construction going forward, some new space additions, and it's useful to have this a recognition that population is dynamic and not static.
Okay, I'm going to insert, before getting to the on-paper number 8, that I may be interested in adding back in a number 8 pertaining to portables here. But just with that side note noted, I'll jump to the current number 8. Or does anyone else have anything about striking out anything pertaining to the portables? No? Okay. Number 8, commitment to providing a safe, secure, and healthy learning environment. Mrs. Vitale.
I'm really just looking for feedback. I'm curious, the board's opinion, if this language needs to be stronger in committee. We added this, really appreciating that our focus has been on upgrading our mechanical means of fresh air and our security. Do you think that this language is strong enough, or do you think that we should be more specific in, some of our capital planning priorities?
I would just say for feedback for you, I think
I
it's
know what your
sufficient.
feedback is. We were in the same committee. I'm
No,
just
just to be
checking.
fair, so we know, the committee relied on Mr. Papageorge and his team for numbers 8 and 9. So we, in the committee level, did not necessarily craft all of this language. We relied on staff to provide it for us. So my feeling was that this is what they put forward. So.
And it was not a criticism at all of the language. It was just, we're just wanted to get some feedback on that.
I'd be curious to know if you had any suggestions for strengthening it, because
I think that I gave some of the original language on this, so no.
Mrs. Guernsey?
The only feedback I would have for number 8 is in the first sentence, the phrase "by implementing modern mechanical codes when upgrading systems." I think the first part of the sentence, it sort of it narrows the impact of it. So I'm not sure if that's a good thing. I don't know if it would be stronger without it, or, I don't know enough about that process to know if it's solely about the modern mechanical codes or if it's more than that.
Do you mean a period after security in lieu of?
Maybe. I don't know how important that other phrase is, but to me it seems to minimize the first part of the sentence, but not sure.
I see what you're saying. Anyone else have any feedback on that?
Yeah, give me 1 second. So I think when we're looking, especially at indoor air quality, sometimes you can have new modern mechanical codes that are different a couple years down the road than what they were before. So I think the intent, and Mr. Papageorge, if you're invited to comment on this, I'm not asking you to the table, but I seem to remember there was some purpose behind specifically including that language in there. And I don't know whether it had to do with evaluation of current systems and what we're going to have to be doing in the future or not.
I believe, just as you said, it was more of looking at current codes when we're looking at additions, upgrades to systems. And also, it tells us to focus, because a lot of times the codes for HVAC and indoor air quality are a few years behind what we're doing. So we wanted to make sure we're staying up with the codes and the ASHER recommendations when we move forwards.
I'm not sure if that helps, Ms. Guernsey.
It's actually not really about me understanding it. I mean, if that makes sense to the, it's just, when I read it, I thought that it was limiting, but I understand what you're saying, so.
Does the implementing modern mechanical codes also pertain to security, or is that really connected to the indoor air quality?
That's really connected to the indoor air quality.
So maybe that needs to come before the "and security." Do you know what I'm saying? Because as it reads now, I'm getting all policy, but the implementing modern mechanical codes is applying equally to the air quality and security in the structure of the sentence. So, that might just be do you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Don't worry. Thank you. What, do you agree? Am I wrong?
No, I understand your point exactly. I look at number 8. I look at the controlling thing in number 8 being commitment to providing a safe, secure, and healthy learning environment.
Right.
The rest is explanatory, is not directive. I think the heading is directive.
But you know what I'm saying with the connection.
I know what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Sustainability, number 9. Anyone? Nope. Okay. So what's our preferred path here? Do we have consensus that we want this to go back to the committee and then come back? Or are we comfortable handling this at the next meeting? I am just going to remind us that we do need to get to other components. I don't know, Mr. Asa, when you're planning on your next meeting, if it's before the 13th, where you could do that, or I certainly wouldn't want it to go beyond our next meeting in terms of this vote, is my feeling.
Our next facilities meeting, I believe, is, let me look that up, because I'm showing December 21st, which is after the meeting.
Mrs. Vitale is nodding herself affirmatively. Unless you want to have a special. So,
Look, I think from what I gather from the conversation, in number 2, we're talking about striking that parentheses. And really, the other 2 areas of consideration were the 85 and 90%. I don't necessarily know if taking it back to committee will yield the fruitful work. I would rather have anyone who has suggestions on those changes to float them ahead, and let's do it at the meeting. I think that's the best course of action.
Mrs. Vitale.
I mean, I would agree with that. We were not planning on bringing it back to committee. We had a discussion at the last meeting, and I think that we both thought that being that it was being put as a first read on this meeting, that we would take action at the next meeting, just knowing that this would help inform the formulation of a charge to SLAM. And I agree with Mr. Asa, just in terms of what we heard at the table tonight. I think that we can handle it just through amendments to what's before us at our next meeting and move it forward.
Thank you. All right, moving on. Approval of minutes. Recommended motion that the Board of Education approve the 11/15/2022 BOE meeting minutes. Can I have a motion? Mrs. Gerber, seconded by Mrs. Guernsey. All in favor? Oh, sorry. Questions? Do you have questions? Okay. All in favor? Motion passes unanimously. 8-0. Thank you. All right. Superintendent's report. Update ELA curriculum. Mr. Testani and Ms. Goss?
Yes, thank you. Before we get into that, I did want to echo some things that were mentioned by our student reps about 3 hours ago. I just want to really recognize all the effort that went in from staff and from our teams on Thanksgiving, and that includes not just both the football teams and our student athletes, but also our dance chair and our band members who really put on a great show for the community. There had to be a few thousand people that came out to gather on Thanksgiving morning. Not many people are aware that Thanksgiving football is a tradition that is pretty much isolated to the New England states. And for my first Ward Ludlow game, I was quite impressed with the outpouring of support for our student athletes and our band, cheerleaders, dance teams from the community. So just wanted to echo what our students mentioned in their reporting earlier tonight. But the main event here, if people are still with us, we wanted to give an update on some of the ELA curriculum. As many are aware, we are in a 10-year review and revision cycle. It just happens to coincide with information that was put out legislatively by the state. So it's kind of, I would say, caused some anxiety amongst folks, not just here in Fairfield, but across the state of Connecticut. I will say I would like to start by recognizing all the hard work of our staff, and I understand that there are questions that have been raised. And as a result of the work that's been done to date, we wanted to make sure that we got through some of the preliminary work, but we will be holding 2 informal opportunities, one for staff and one for parents in the coming weeks, for people to come out, receive some information, ask some questions. There are a lot of misconceptions out there. There's a lot of information being passed along amongst folks, not just here, but from other districts. So I think it's important that we look at everything in totality, not what people have heard, not what's comparable to other districts. But I do want to acknowledge a lot of time and work has been put in by a work group of almost 50 teachers led by Ms. Goss. Over the last several weeks, they've reviewed all 5 state-approved programs using a rubric which was developed from 16 components of what the staff members valued to being critical to providing high-quality teaching and learning to the students here in Fairfield, to all students here in Fairfield. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Goss just to give a brief overview of where we're at and what's coming in our next steps. This is all part of not only new curriculum revision, selecting a new program, and also supported by an extensive professional development plan to ensure successful rollout and implementation for staff to benefit our student population.
Good evening. Janine Goss, Director of Elementary Education and Pre-K through 12 Literacy. So since we last met on November 15th, the Pre-K through 12 curriculum review process does continue to evolve. That is guided, very much guided by our district improvement plan. And that improvement plan states that we will conduct unit writing this year, as well as adopt resources to support our unit writing. And so both of those will be brought to you for approval, of course. So I'm going to start with Pre-K through 5. As Mr. Testani noted, that the program review team did finish up reviewing all 5 programs and as of November 21st. And also, as Mr. Testani talked about, in terms of the rubrics, these 16 criteria that were established were based on conversations and classroom observations by me with the elementary principals, with the language arts specialists, as well as the multilingual learner teachers. And then the team on the 21st did note, after they handed in all of their paperwork, what their very first choice would be and what their second choice would be. And so then I compared that to the data that I collected from each of the criteria, and it matched up, okay? So the team did desire to further research and review those top 2 choices. And so right now they want to take a look at some efficacy studies. They also want to see these resources in action in districts that are currently using them. So I am in touch with the 2 publishers to find out what those opportunities might be over the next couple of days. And we are hoping to complete these tasks by December 6th so that this team of program reviewers can come together on December 7th. We have tentatively booked that date to have some final discussion and make a final recommendation, if we are ready, on the program that will be used as our primary tool, okay? On November 23rd, a very talented team of language arts specialists worked with me to get an update on where we are with the review process. Currently, we have 4 language arts specialists, the coaches, that are on this review committee, but we get everybody else caught up. And they helped me draft a timeline for the support that staff would need over the next 8 months. So we had 3 groups. They came up with their best thinking. We charted them. Then we came to consensus based on what would take place in December, January, February, and so on and so forth through August. We have about 8 months in order to write our units and get staff ready. So in terms of next steps, We are, as Mr. Testani noted, having an information session. We have scheduled that for December 7th from 4:30 to 5:30 at Ludlow Middle School. It is in the auditorium, and it is completely voluntary, but we will provide an update as to where we are with our curriculum review process, as well as the program adoption, and have time for questions. And then I would also mention that on December 21st, we are again with the language arts specialist to look at student writing across the grades, K through 5. We want to take a look to see, we want to take a look to see what practices we should consider keeping, where we have strengths in terms of writing, and we want that information to help inform our unit writing come January. So I think that's kind of a good synopsis of what has happened since November 15th and some next steps.
Mrs. Gerber.
Thank you for that. Just for clarification purposes, so it sounds like two things are planned to be happening on the 7th. That will be, is it like a vote that's going to be taking place? How exactly is that going to happen in terms of choosing the final resource, making the final recommendation?
So we did take a look at the data with the language arts specialist. I've also shared that with the elementary principals, and we'll review with them again next week. What I want to do with the program reviewers is to go over that data, take a look at the criteria, take a look at the efficacy studies, and also take a look at the information that we gather from our site visits, whether we zoom in or whether we actually travel there, and then we will debrief. So at this point, we had about 70% of those on the committee that preferred one program, and then 68% preferred the second program. That was their first choice and their second choice. And again, that lined up with the criteria. So we'll have some further discussion. Right now, they seemed pretty excited about that number one program, but again, they wanted to gather more information.
Can you share what the two programs are, number one and number two?
Sure. American Reading Company, it's called ARC Core, is the number one choice. And the second choice was Expeditionary Learning. It's called EL Learning. Imagine Learning is their second choice. So 70% of them chose ARC Core as the first choice, and 68% chose EL Learning, Imagine Learning as the second choice.
Okay, and so you said something about other districts that are using these programs that you're going to be looking into them. Do you know what those districts are?
I don't at this point, because it was over the Thanksgiving holiday when this request was made. The publishers are working on it, and they're reaching out to the districts now.
So, and again, I'm sorry if I'm being dense about this, but I'm just trying to get a sense. So if and when the final recommendation is made, how will that be? Again, is it a vote? Is it, like you said, this is the 50 teachers who are part of this process. Mm-hmm. And so is it like a show of hands? Is it like a blind vote, or at the end of the day, do you just take the recommendations, but then at the end it's the administrator's decision? I'm just unclear as to how this process is moving forward, and there seems to be a lot of confusion about that, which I think is fueling some of the concerns that are out there.
Sure, thank you. No, that team, it will be that team that makes the decision. We will all be in this room, and we will have the discussion, and they will decide, are they sticking with their first choice? Do they like their second choice, or is there a different decision? So, and they've done it already in writing, and it all matched up with the criteria perfectly in terms of what they preferred. And so they'll just voice their vote at that point, yes.
Okay, and again, just logistically, I'm trying to understand. So when is that taking place on the 7th?
So that is from 1:30 to 3.
And then at 4?
At 4:30.
4:30, everybody's going over to Roger Ludlow. And that informational session, is that for parents? Is that for staff, parents and staff?
I shared with the elementary principals today that opportunity would be for staff.
So when will the parent information session be?
That date has not yet been set.
Okay.
We're going to start with staff. We discussed this today with Mr. Testani.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then the 21st, the meeting on the 21st that you mentioned, what is that?
That's our regular monthly standing meeting with the language arts specialist, and that is one of our agenda items. So the work that we're doing now so that we can have a lot more information when we go into our curriculum writing.
Okay, thank you. And I'm sorry, just one more question. So I guess this is through the chair to Mr. Testani. So I'm just trying to get some clarification here. I know I'd mentioned at our last meeting talking about the waiver, and I know there's been a lot of kind of scuttlebutt going on about, how many districts have requested a waiver, how many have not. I know that I was told that by some people that we're the only district in our DRG and in Fairfield County who has not requested a waiver. I just want to get some clarity on that. Is that true? Is that not? I just want to, it would be helpful to have that out there.
Sure. So no waiver has been released yet by the state, so there has not been one waiver submitted anywhere. There has been discussion. I've talked to my colleagues in Southern Fairfield County, which our group includes 18 districts in the area. Over the last couple of months, as more and more information has been gathered within districts, there has been some change of thought regarding what their initial reaction was to where they're at today. But they're also in much different situations when it comes to the possibility of asking for a waiver. Many of those districts have programs that they've implemented in the last couple of years that they can point to specifically. Where some of those districts are struggling is they don't have right now what is anticipated to be the required data to attach to any potential waiver. So everything that's out there is all speculation. Will there be districts in this area that will be applying once the waiver is released? I'm sure there are. Is it 100%? I can't say to that. I think that's probably a stretch.
And when will the waiver be released?
They haven't given a date yet.
Okay, so I guess with that in mind, and I guess, so it seems like there are kind of two different concerns, and sometimes they overlap. First are concerns regarding the, kind of the packaged program curriculum idea, and concerns about the specific curriculum that the state has chosen that we are supposed to be choosing from, just in terms of their quality and that type of thing. The second concern is that you have some people who are like, no, actually those programs are okay, but I don't see how we can possibly get all of the work done that needs to get done prior to the start of the next school year. So even if they're okay with the process, or they know people, or they are on the committee and they feel like, okay, this is the best we're going to get, I think there still is a tremendous amount of concern. And it sounds like there's a lot that is going to have to happen between now and the end of August. Is it a realistic timeline that we will be able to ensure that the staff is able to get all of this work done, get all the PD done, make sure that this is going to be successful from the start, as opposed to kind of feeling overwhelmed? And I know that obviously you want to try to get more buy-in from the staff, and I understand that's the purpose of this meeting and other meetings that I'm sure will be taking place, but there's still a lot of actual work that needs to be done. And is it realistic to say that we can get this done prior to the start of the school year and ensure that the students are going to be moving in the right direction from the get-go?
That's a great question. We believe yes. All the professional development and support is not going to happen in the next 8 months. It's going to be ongoing as teachers begin to implement and are going to have questions that come up. So, we talked about this. If we started preparation, say, in the spring, we would not roll out a new program in the middle of the year. We would have to roll it out the following year. How valuable is the professional development that they receive in, say, May of 2023 for a fall of 24 rollout? So I think in any rollout of curriculum of any program, there's going to be a time period where people feel anxiety, they feel that there's concern, but I think 8 months is plenty of time to be able to get that off the ground, and then to be able to support throughout next school year, and then see where we're at from there, how much more we have to support in years 2 and 3. But this is not going to be 8 months and off to the races. And I think if we started 18 months, I don't know how helpful it would be not to implement something that you've been receiving training on for 18 months and not have any time to really practice, implement, have questions, come back to the table, retool, make adjustments, implement again. So I think that's going to be important.
So, and I guess just one thing too, that I think there are some concerns, and I don't know if you can speak to this at all regarding these two programs, assuming that one of them will be the final choice, is that, it sounds from both what I've heard from parents and teachers who have children in elementary school, that there have been some changes and improvements that have been made in the past couple of years that teachers and parents are concerned are going to be undone by whatever these programs bring to the table. So is that a valid concern? Are there ways that we will be able to keep the changes that have worked well in the classroom for the K through 2 students? Or not?
Absolutely. I think that was one of the things that we talked about is as the curriculum's being written and the units are being written, that we're going to incorporate what we do well and improve upon and fill the gaps in where we may have right now. I think there is, and all indications from some feedback that we've received is that there are concerns from some. There's a lot of folks that are looking forward to the improvement and changes that may be up and coming to help their lives. I think it's going to make life easier for teachers when it comes to planning, to be able to support all kids. But I understand where the concerns come from.
And just one more, and then I know because we're going to have to extend. I guess the other question I have is, I know you were talking about doing visits or something with other districts. Is that going to happen before the December 7th?
Yes.
So that's like a week. I mean,
that's
is
right.
that a
is our
realistic
hope.
timeline to be able to get all that done in a week?
Yeah, that is our hope. So once I hear back from the publishers, if we can't make it happen, then of course our timeline moves a little bit. But we tentatively booked the 7th. I held the 7th for them to come together because we were hoping to have this all done by the 6th. Again, I reached out to the publishers around the 22nd or 23rd, which was right before Thanksgiving. And so they have reached out to the schools and they're waiting to hear back. So I'm in constant contact with them every day. And so I will continue to keep everybody updated on that.
Just before we get any more questions, I'd like to entertain a motion to extend the meeting till 11:30. Mrs. Maxon Kennelly, seconded by Mrs. Vitale. All in favor? Is Mr. Yep, unanimous. 8-0. Motion passes. Thank you. Right, Mrs. Maxon Kennelly.
Yes, thank you, and thank you, Mrs. Gerby. I echo a lot of your questions. So, one, I was glad to hear about the site visits. I hope that enlightens a lot of the teachers. To the point about the changes that we've made this past year, which some staff believe what's wrong with what we've done. I actually think it's wonderful that we've done that, because by Teachers College attempting to begin to add some phonics as an acknowledgement of their, and I'm going to say it, failed balanced literacy approach, it has already started to prepare our teachers for what we're moving to. So it's certainly not like we're going to lose the benefit that we invested in that training. I think it's going to be a huge step up for all of our staff. So I'm grateful that they had that moment, even as I am more than happy to see it in the rearview mirror. I'm ready for that to be gone. But I do want to just say I'm very interested in hearing more about that PD plan, because that's everything. There is no more important work than what you're focused on right now. That literacy and that work for reading is going to shape everything for decades to come. Again, no pressure, but this is a huge deal. And so that's where one of my concerns, though, is if you could speak a little bit to just what is the communication that is going back to staff, because most fear to me comes from lack of understanding, lack of appreciating where we're going, lack of understanding what was flawed in our current approach to literacy. All of that, I think, is going to help to ensure a lot more buy-in, because if you are a kindergarten, first grade, second grade teacher, you are achieving success. What you're not seeing is what goes downhill in fourth grade and middle school and high school. And that's the education piece that really feels very lacking. And again, we're having to move very quickly. So I get there's only so many hours in the day. But I was wondering if you could speak to that as well in terms of current communication as well as part of the PD that rolls forward.
So I agree with you. It is a lot of pressure. It is. This is huge. But we have the perfect opportunity to write exquisite curriculum to make sure we are set for years to come and make sure that it is comprehensive and meets the needs of all of our learners, each and every one of our learners. So in terms of communication, yes, there's been a lot that has happened, and a lot has happened with committees, with the pre-K through 12 ELA steering committee, with the program reviewers, and so on and so forth, with the coaches, with the principals. So about 2 weeks ago, I don't have the exact date in my head, but about 2 weeks ago, Mr. Testani did send out about 4 slides. It was a PowerPoint that illustrated what has taken place so far in the curriculum review cycle and what next steps would be, just in a very general sense, to start to get this information out to staff. We shared that with the elementary principals. The elementary principals turnkeyed that at their staff meeting. It was a Tuesday. So this way, that was sort of like the first opportunity that we had to share this information with classroom teachers, other than what has already been shared through principals or through the language arts coaches or their colleagues who have been on some of these committees. Okay? So now it's time to come back, now that we're a little bit further in the process, to give teachers an opportunity to come back to the table and hear the rest of the information, hear where we are so far, hear what next steps might be. And in terms of a timeline, this is very, very critical in terms of the professional learning that will take place over the next 8 months. We need to make sure, this is our goal. Our goal is to make sure that we provide teachers with at least Unit 1, okay, and the resource when they leave in June. Feedback that we've received was that it would be really detrimental if in August they come in and they are handed with, here's your new resource, here's Unit 1. So we want to make sure that we build up to that. And the language arts specialists have been very, very thoughtful about that, knowing that we want to make sure they have access digitally to the resources prior and get to know the resources as we're developing curriculum so that they can leave with a better understanding for PD come August.
How would we do that budgetarily?
There are some things that we can work out with the publisher.
Okay.
Yeah. And there are some self-guided
sounds-
webinars and things that, we can probably do on our own in turnkey to get to know the resources. But that's a discussion with the publisher, and I believe we have an appointment with the publisher this week. So we're going to bring all of that up.
Okay. Sorry.
Okay, yep, no, and so I can condense it to just one additional question. Is wondering if you could speak to, because obviously I'm not positive, I know the science of reading, so I'm, whatever staff wants, great, to an extent, I guess. My question is to what degree, once we decide on a program, fairfielding it, that degree of personalization, of supplementation, of what materials are we using, that's a whole other aspect to this that I'm not familiar with, and I'm not sure, because obviously that will have budget implications as well. So it's both learning how to use the resource, being trained in how to use the resource, and then what does second grade look like next year? Those are 2 different tracks, and I'm wondering, do we have the time in the 8 months to achieve both, and how is that going to be done?
We do. We do if we do it carefully and we map it out. We looked at the calendar and we looked at the touch points that we had with teachers in terms of meetings. And if we reallocate some of that PD to be hyper-focused on this initiative, then we certainly can do that. You're also absolutely right. Getting to know the resource is one thing, but also learning the new curriculum, because it's a totally different template, right? It's that backwards design, it's, understanding by design template. Learning how to lesson plan from that framework is also going to be something that we need to support them with. But that's going to bring consistency across the district. When I talk about exquisite curriculum, we're going to take that primary resource, and we're going to rely very heavily on that primary resource to take the essential questions, to take the tasks, those assured experiences. These programs are very much content-based. It's very different than what we're used to. That's going to be very critical. So, I mean, in order to achieve the standards of the core, it really has to be content-based, right? That's something that we really have to make sure that we hold dear, and that has been something that has been very important to those that are looking at these programs. But I will also tell you, the one thing that stood out from American Reading Company is their professional development approach. That was the thing that really got everybody, because they are in the trenches, in the schools, they put a coach in the school, and they are there with you. They become a part of your staff. So that is something that was really, really important to the team.
I just want to add on the scoring up to Ms. Gerber's point. There was 1 and 2. We have no skin in the game, and actually we kind of tried to guess before the process started where they may land, and we were way off. But what was impressive is the number 1 choice on a 13 of the 16 measures, they were a 4 out of 5 and above. And on the 14th, they were right at 3.8, I believe. So, I mean, there was a lot of intentionality and a lot of critiquing of these programs. And for one to come that highly recommended and highly scored, I think just shows you the time and commitment that they really took to look at these programs in depth.
They did, and those criteria were based on what Fairfield told me mattered to them. And so they went in with that lens on looking for what was best for Fairfield. So I was really happy to see that.
All right, so this is not the last time we're going to have this conversation. I'm going to have 2 quick last minutes because we have other things to get through before we wrap up. Thank you.
My first question is just, last time we were here, we talked about getting extra data because the data that I saw did not show that we were failing anyone. So everyone kept talking about this data, and I'm still waiting to see that data because this is going to be a huge financial commitment, and I would like to see that data. And then I also didn't know if you were able to share could you share, not necessarily need to hear the results, but the actual 16-point rubric that is, I would like to see that. I don't know, did we already get that? Did I miss that?
No,
but I
no.
would like to see what we are basing, what the teachers are basing their decisions on, just to see the questions that they're answering so we know what they've been asked.
Yeah, well, we just compiled all that, so we were going to share that probably in the Friday packet.
And then last time, I did share that data in the Friday packet as well, right after the meeting. That's okay. That's okay. It was the one that referenced vocabulary. That data is in there.
I think it's important because there was an email that I received that there was a mention of that Fairfield was failing. And that word was a kind of a strong word. I do think that we need to do better in focusing and growing certain subgroups of students. And that also includes some of our students at the top end of the spectrum. But failing is a strong word.
Mrs. Guernsey?
Ms. Kelly's question might answer mine, but I was kind of looking to take away today some positive remarks about one or both of the top products that you're looking at. Is there something that you could share just really briefly that made those two outstanding?
Absolutely. So, and I'll speak regarding the criteria, and this is why the ARC core scored the highest. First of all, it really focused heavily on the professional learning plan, which I've mentioned. The other thing is that it really values independent reading and building student stamina for that. It also advocated for small group instruction, and so there were definitely opportunities for differentiation of the core. Also allowed for student choice. This was another highlight, as well as a variety of reading materials. So those are just some of the highlights. There were, as Mr. Testani said, 16 of them. I will tell you that there was one area that it was lacking, and that is in social emotional learning support. It didn't have a separate component. So again, this would be something that matters to us that we would need to make sure that we embed, and that's why we rely on maybe other resources in order to supplement. So that's sort of the gist.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Any last thoughts, Mr. Sestani, on just in terms of coming back to us, is that going to be only through the budget process? Are we going to get a broader presentation on this at some point? Just what's the board's role in this? And I know we're supposed to tell the state by December 16th. Is that correct? What our intention is? Are we doing that, or just really 1 minute?
I think that date is now, yes. So, again, I think their timeline has been pushed out simply because they're not ready.
Okay.
But we can do a board presentation once we get down to that final selection, and I think bringing some of the folks that have been part of the working group and heavily embedded to be part of that presentation is going to be important.
Right. I mean, I could feel pretty confident for the board that if it's in the budget, we're going to want to understand what that's going to broader than something like an update. So thank you very much for your time. All right. Moving on to the review of Capital Waterfall, Mr. Papa George. So this just came to us just for some changes that were made. And so, no need to walk through the whole thing, just if you want to highlight any really specific items that you think are really important to highlight for us, and open it up to the board for any questions.
Yeah, so we just wanted to put this before you because, as you all know, we are presenting to the working facilities group at the town tomorrow. So we just wanted to make sure you guys were up on this, and we did identify the couple of changes that were requested in the September meeting. The reimbursement for the air conditioning projects that were reading 0, those were corrected on the waterfall. We also changed the numbering in the sequence for the construction projects to match the actual years that they will be going through. I know there was some question about the roofs as well, but I don't have the old one in front of me, I'm sorry for that, but the one you have received did reflect the approved funding for the roof projects for Roger Ledlow and Riverfield. I'm sorry, Roger Sherman and Riverfield. Those were the big changes that we had talked about in September. I don't know if there was any other questions about that.
Anyone? Mr. Papa, is this latest version you sent to us up on the operations website? Because I know 926 was kind of the last one that I saw posted there earlier. I don't know if that is that one.
That is the one. The one you received in your email is the one that is now posted on the website.
It is, okay. One question for you. In terms of the reimbursement rates that you used just across this, did you use the most recent reimbursement rates for us?
Yes, we used the 26%, which is what we've used typically in the past.
Okay, so the 26%. That's for everything you did it? Is that even for Jennings and Dwight? If they're you did use that? All right. So that might be lower if it were to be new, hypothetically speaking.
It could definitely move.
Okay, all right. All right, I'm not seeing any questions. Thank you. Did you do something else?
I did. It's actually not directly tied to the waterfall, but if you'll hear me out, I'd like to give a brief update on the scoreboard at Ledlow High School.
Yeah. We'll consider it part of the committee update. Okay, yes, go ahead.
So the bids are in. We've been working with the contractors. We were able to reduce pricing from the 3 bidders and get updated pricing working with the town and the vendors. So at the end of the day, where we have fallen is we're approximately $85,000 short in our budget versus what the project's bids came in at. That being said, we worked with Ms. Laborious, and we would like to request at one of your upcoming sooner than later meetings to do a budget transfer of $40,000 out of our paving, $45,000 out of our paving line and 40,000 out of our painting line. We feel that those are areas that we could make this transfer that would not hurt us that for further moving down the line. We've been able to do some improvements in painting and in paving throughout the last few years as year-end close-ups.
Mr. Issa.
So just remind me, there was some money that was coming from the state. I think it was like 75 grand or something like that. Is that incorporated into this?
That is incorporated into this because if you remember during the budget process, we had put a number into the budget and then it was reduced by that 75 because the state had offered it. So we reduced our operating budget to offset the money offered by the state.
So remind us what the number that we budgeted for?
We, in our operating budget, we have budgeted 65,000.
Well, I thought it was 140.
It was with the 75 from the state.
So it's 140,000 is what we
140,000, 65
from
from our budget and the other from the state.
And is part of this difference because we're no longer exploring the offset that potential company of advertising was going to pay for a portion of it, if I remember correctly?
So the two companies that we're still negotiating with do offer that type of offset. It wouldn't be an upfront offset, but it would be a continuous offset as a revenue source moving down the road once the system was in place.
So the scoreboard is 200-something thousand.
Correct. It's like 185.
Okay. And okay, I'm just trying to figure out how we got so different number. Like, I think we would have approved that back during the budget season. We wanted this done. What are the major driving differences?
After re-examining the power out at Ledlow Field, we are going to we definitely need to pull new lines out for the scoreboard. We may even possibly need to redo the conduits going out there as well. That being said, in the unknowns, when the companies came in with bids, they projected that they may have to do some redigging and reconfiguration, so they put that as a part of their bid number.
But correct me if I'm wrong, but weren't we planning on using our own staff to do some of that conduit work and whatnot, like the town employees?
We could do that, and there's still that option. That's why we're saying it's about 85,000. We could still offset it by using some of our own work. We could also offset it by using our town contractor for doing electrical. So there are other options out there that we can do. And that's why, like I said, we went back to the companies that bid on it and we asked them for updating pricing and we gave them different scenarios, and that's where we came in at.
Okay, so just to be clear, this scoreboard, we're not planning, there's no intention next year or in the budget process of trying to do one of these at Ward since they have a newer scoreboard. I know originally we talked about the idea of doing that and then maybe moving Ward's new scoreboard to a Parks and Rec field or whatever, but right now we're just focused on this, right?
Correct. We are only focused on Ledlow at this point. Ward would be a much larger undertaking because of the fact that the scoreboard and the footings actually sit on the artificial turf field.
Okay, and what's the timeline if we were to move forward with one of these?
The two contractors, one is saying 22 weeks, the other one is saying 16 weeks, so we're right in April, right around April 1st for spring sports.
I have a follow-up. It's not the price of the scoreboard that's over 200 grand or whatever it may be. It's the whole entire project, right? So how much is literally just the scoreboard?
Literally the scoreboard is approximately 50% of the cost.
Okay. All right. So that helps. It's site work, basically, in electronics, and which is what we've been struggling with for so long.
Site work, electronics, footings, new footings for the larger board.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. All right. Thank you very much for the update. Committee liaison reports? No one? Okay. Open board comment? public comment.
I know you're enjoying seeing me up here every week, but David Krasnoff, 155 Burr Street. Congratulations to the new elected members, and thank you guys for your service. Just want to bring back up the facilities planning document. I still think you should remove strive from number 5, number 7, and number 9. It does set a bad precedence for future boards to keep a word like strive in there. It leaves a really big gray area for anyone to interpret any way they want. We can strive to do a lot of things, but saying that you will do something is really making a statement. In addition, I do want to bring up one other thing. I do have some concerns about the morale in general at Dwight. And I do ask you guys as a board to, as best you can, try to move some decision forward on 10 versus 11 elementary schools. I do think you have a lot of information now. I know you do want to wait for some data possibly, but between the COVID explosion, I'm now reading that there was a baby boom in 2022. You are going to see a population shift in the elementary schools. Personally, I think the decision's pretty easy to make, but you guys have to come to that conclusion yourselves. The sooner you can let us know, I think the better. The morale with teachers, with students, the entire school body, it's tough. You can't drag it on for a year and have kids wondering, hearing rumors. We hear rumors throughout town about what's happening with our school, what it's going to be turned into. And I know it's not coming from here, but it's happening. And it's getting back to our kids, it's getting back to our teachers, and it's really rough. So I just hope you guys understand, and I hope you take that into account, and as quickly as possible, at least put to bed whether you want 10 or 11 elementary schools. The rest of it can come after that. I know you can figure out the rest, but I really think it's important to make that decision sooner rather than later. Thank you.
I'm going to go fast. Katie Flynn, 204 Grandview Road. I once again have concerns with the change of language and proposed use of the word strive and when possible versus must and we should, particularly in Section 7 regarding neighborhood schools. This undoubtedly shifts Fairfield away from a neighborhood school model. Maybe not today, maybe not even during this current redistricting process, but in our goals and planning documents. Embedding this change into the language of our core facilities planning documents, and as such, our values as a district, will codify this shift. Beyond this elected body, and with our commitment to the community, beyond this, and with our commitment to our community to see it through for the foreseeable future. I believe this to be short-sighted and not a direction we want to move in as we face so many educational facilities and community challenges in Fairfield. Thanks.
Kathleen Rupert, 180 Warwick Ave. As we discuss the student calendar, I would like to ask that you consider some points about the parent-teacher conferences, specifically changing the schedule days from 3 half-days to 2. Teachers and parents alike value parent-teacher conferences. Teachers share with parents their students' academic progress, as well as their social and emotional well-being. Likewise, parents share insights, hopes, and concerns about their child. Together, parents and teachers form a team, and I know I always appreciated the insights shared by my children's teachers when they were in elementary school many years ago. Maintaining 3 days of conferences allows more flexibility for families, especially working parents, to make this important connection with teachers, especially parents who have multiple children in the same school. In Fairfield, parents consistently attend parent-teacher conferences. If a teacher has a class of 22 to 24 students, 2 half-days of conferences would average 11 to 12 conferences a day. At 3 to 4 conferences an hour, teachers would have between 3 to 4 hours per day of back-to-back conferences. Thank you for considering these thoughts and for your service as a member of the Board of Ed. Your effort and dedication are greatly appreciated.
Oh, sorry. All right, I think that's it. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Mrs. Vitale, Mr. Peterson, all in favor? Motion passes 8-0. Thank you, everyone, and see you next time. Thank you. Bye.